Back to the land of Galil and dragon memories, we resume the Tudor Saga with the party heading east and getting to know each other and fill in some some holes in their memories.
So, I seem to remember we were walking along our pathways. We met a ludicrously tall kobold. And then we encountered a potion shop along the way, and this dolt wearing full plate armor, rambling about Solus, taking drugs of pixie origin and other origins, just accosted and was so belligerent to this shopkeeper in search of books. And somehow he ended up getting thrown out. There's some antibody drug thingies that we've been given to try and keep him in line and get him on the road to rehab. But last time I saw him, he was in a cocoon.
Yeah, my name is Fairheart, champion of Solos. I was indeed placed in a cocoon by a man who vaguely looked like a turtle.
This is an AA meeting?
I've had a pretty rough couple of days. As my best friend from childhood, the king-to-be of this realm, has betrayed me and its people. And I endeavor to do all that I can to rescue the woman that was taken from him and to kill him so she can be put on the throne as queen.
Alrighty, so we are continuing eastward from Grumblar's alchemy shop. I'm guessing that Brother Boss is probably shouldering most of the weight of that monk in full plate who is...
What was the name of the shop?
Dead weight. Grumblar's alchemy shop.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And so the cocoon that he's in is to basically rehab him?
No.
To contain him.
Until he calms down.
The only thing hurting is his pride.
Okay, so it's basically a straitjacket, righto.
Yeah. A magical straitjacket that worked over the fucking full plate.
Yeah.
Magical straitjacket.
I imagine it will dissolve in like 2 or 3 hours. That's how most of those things work.
The fact that there's already lore for these is amazing.
Okay. So on the map, I see that we're on a
By the way,
path.
Evan, check the stream map.
What do you mean?
It's
Stream map is all black.
Oh, let me reload the... Yeah, because on the... Through StreamYards, it was coming through... What the fuck is going on? Bear with me a moment, guys.
Right.
All I remember from the last session is that we climbed a hill to camp on the top because Brother Bonk wanted to actually go in the valley below, but everyone's like, no, let's just stay on the top of the hill. And when we broke camp the next morning, there was like a grown adult goblin walking past, but we were like, hey, come talk to us. And he's like, nope, leaving.
Not happening.
Not happening. And so we never got to talk to him. And then we got down to the bottom of the hill. Fairheart basically did a full-on body roll down the hill when he really should have used his shield as a toboggan.
Didn't I make an amazing nat 20 or something?
Save? Possibly.
I think so.
But Save for damage? Yes, probably. But
Yeah.
you still sort of cartwheeled down the hill, if I recall.
Oh, I did. I very much did.
Yeah, your pattern definitely does seem to be roll terribly up until it actually matters, and then somehow walk away scot-free.
Yeah.
I think you rolled a 13, Fairheart.
Oh.
Looking
Did
at the
I?
log, I think you rolled a 13 going down the hill.
And then I rolled.
I believe
Interesting.
you rolled 13 times.
Well, I made it down the hill. That's what matters.
Yep.
As I'm being dragged around the road, I'm profusely crying like a baby.
Since I've got you hefted over my shoulder, I just sort of pat you on the back. There. It'll be fine.
I tell you, I will never ever do pixie dust again.
I hope not. You're not as pleasant as normal when you're using it.
And I say you're always pleasant, but I like it when you have donuts.
I was going to suggest
I do
that,
too.
I was going to suggest that we don't put the pixie dust in place of cinnamon sugar on the donuts.
I was just gonna give you guys the pixie dust, but you can do that too.
I say we give the pixie dust to Drusilla, because as the healer, she probably knows more about the stuff than we do.
That's smart. But I am voluntarily gonna give it up.
Mhm.
And not try to hide any, like I did in my pantaloons.
No one's going there to retrieve it.
Okay.
Takes it and just kind of waves her hand over her bag, and it disappears, fades away from sight.
Before if I can talk to Drusilla at the moment, I tell her that last time, after the first time I took it, I started feeling a very strong craving for it right after, and I describe it as far more of a craving than a woman gets for chocolate before her moons.
So relatable.
Drusilla looks at you and says, "What is this moon you speak of, druggie?"
I say it's a metaphor for the red tide.
There's no moon in
care
the
if it-
Galil.
I just remembered.
We die. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, but it did make me feel like I needed to take it. Is something bad gonna happen to me, Drusilla? Can you help me not feel bad?
I will take care of you and get you through the storm.
I very much appreciate it, Drusilla. I am your humble servant.
You are
In the name of
anything but
Phyllis.
you are many things. Humble is not one of them.
It's like camaraderie in the Torco world.
Meanwhile, Brother Bonk is like, I ran out of donuts. But Fairheart, you kind of look like an oversized croissant at the moment.
I'm like, well, thank you. My flesh is not, however, flaky. It's more, and then I just start laughing.
Yeah.
At that point,
I start laughing with you. And
dissolve, and you begin to be able to move again.
Oh my goodness!
As we walk, it's like, well, if we ever go by the world of heat and sand, I know a guy who makes cake golems. He could probably do something with donuts.
Mm.
Everything is.
What a delicious idea.
Brother Bonk is like, I know what I'm dreaming about tonight.
I need you to get with Steven, so that we can actually start making this come to life?
Take gold.
What, donut golems?
Something like that.
Something like that. I can show you his creations.
Oh,
Even I think
goodness.
it's time to let Ben know what you've been up to for the last little while.
Alrighty, so we're moving on with this adventure train. This is
Yeah.
our start.
Have to get
Yeah.
the fucking
Map loaded.
set up. Thought I'd done this earlier, but I guess I fucked up.
You said it's a couple of days, right, of travel?
It's already been 2. You're nearing the end of the second day currently, and you've got one more full day ahead of you.
Okay.
I'm like, hey, remember that little tiny dude named Half Patches? What happened to him again?
He was a important person. He had to go talk to people.
I doubt he was important, but yes, okay.
Well, to his people, he was important. Maybe not to you, but to his
mean-
people.
Maybe that's
So-
possible, Brother Bonk.
On behalf of his people, he had to go talk to other important people.
Yeah, I just hope they're not overstating their importance.
People always overstate their importance.
Sure that maybe
It wasn't a people.
What was that?
He wasn't a people.
Now, Lurith, be nice. He may have been small, but he was still people.
Animals are people.
Remember when we saved his life and he didn't thank us before running off?
That shouldn't be a reason for saving someone's life.
It wasn't the
Fair
reason
enough.
we saved his life. It's just kind of funny that he just ran off while we were in the execution pit there. Is all I'm saying.
Fairheart, you're
I
a
wish-
cleric of solace.
I
Shame
wish-
on you.
I wish you got executed.
And I'm like, and I just start crying again. I'm
Ah, Lurith, now look what you've done. If this sound of him crying gives you a headache, be it on your own head and in your own head.
I say something about being a paragon of solace, but lacking any emotional stability right now.
All right, back to the path. Where are we going?
Going to the Caverns of Skriel, I say. I've learned about their traps, these kobolds.
Is your armor gonna fit through these gaps?
Otherwise, I'm not going in. I slyly smile and say,
Kyla looks back at you. It's like, first off, no, you don't know their traps. Not all of them. Second, you'll fit in most of the main tunnels, but the side tunnels aren't going to fit you. They won't fit me anymore, anyways.
I look over at Lurith as she says that, and I'm like, ladies first.
Turn with a look of disdain and enter.
Lurith, you're one of those nature shifter types, right?
Yeah.
Can you turn into a bear?
Yeah, I can. But not at this level. I'm still learning that one. But that is my goal.
you travel on and on throughout the day, and the ground starts to get more and more
There we go.
topographical. the path continues to be mostly straight, but you find the variances are becoming more common. And while it continues to be mostly well maintained, the edges show a little bit more wear, as if there's a little less care this far from the city. But by and large, the rest of your day's travel is uneventful. You find a good spot to camp off on the side. You have a rest.
Question.
Also uneventful. Yes.
How close would this be to the Caverns of Skriel? Would this be like within the rest of the day's travel to get there?
We are beginning the third day, so you would expect to get there today.
I do my thing, Rick. I go find a private place.
Yep.
I,
Just over that whole rest, because we've already done it a few times. I feel like I know your patterns, and I'm not trying to throw any surprises at y'all on that. I'm trying to get y'all to the fucking caverns.
yes.
I just gotta make sure that I atone.
Yeah.
I atone especially hard this time.
Yeah. Yeah, like you were a redheaded stepchild. Got it.
Yes. That's what I do.
Okay. Kyla mentions it's weird that the road is so unmaintained this close. They'd normally take some care to try and maintain this.
I'm like, how many of them need to be out there? They're so small.
It wouldn't take many, but you'd think they'd care enough about the road. I mean, before I left, they traded with the outside people all the time.
Makes you think they'd all just disappeared and attacked the city.
Do they not have tunnels in this cave? Perhaps they've transitioned to using that?
If they have, then I wouldn't know of them. I could take us to the main entrance, though.
Well, a non-maintained road could indicate. Does it look like that? DM. Does it look that a large group of kobolds may have traversed this road in the recent past?
The road itself is kind of like it's a well-maintained road. It's not going to give you the kind of specifics as far as what might have been on it. You're not able to really glean any kind of specifics like that.
What is the road made of?
If I'm probably dirt.
Oh, it's a dirt road. Okay.
Probably. So if I'm correct, we've gone from a dirt road in Colorado to a dirt road on the reservation, basically. In that it's still a road, but you can tell they care a lot less about it.
Yes and no. Because picture the actual difference I'm alluding to is more, the highways in and around like Landing Monticello versus the highway in Dennahotsa.
Okay.
Like just the old worn down road. Like it's not even a dirt road, it's a fucking magic stone road, whatever. Call it fucking cement. Like this is a proper road. It's very poorly illustrated in the maps due to the limits of my software that I'm working with. But
right.
You are on a proper road. But out here, so it's still perfectly serviceable. There's no damage to the road. It's just showing signs of age and not being maintained, and those little bits are fucking everywhere. So it's really no.
Okay, makes sense. So not as bad as I was thinking. Got it.
No, we're not off of the roads yet. We're not on Colorado dirt roads or res dirt roads.
So who's up front?
You are not in any particular order, so feel free to adjust yourselves.
Okay.
I'll be up front if y'all want me to. Am I sober now?
Yes. It is
Yeah.
day. Have you removed your pixie sticks from your inventory?
Oh no, I have not. Thank you for the. I don't know if I ever added them. I will check in a moment. Thank you, sir.
I think our marching order should be something like that. Brother Bonk is the fastest of the three of us. If we run into a trouble, he can rush to the front
Yeah,
Mm,
so I'll be at the back.
in case something comes to the back. And
smart. Yeah. And inventory wise, I will be removing that. Yes.
so I guess we continue on down the road. Roop.
Yep.
Yeah.
You guys do have the ability to move yourselves right now. We are not in initiative order or anything like that.
Okay.
Are we just
Sure.
heading through? Are we exploring anything? You start to see that there are actual cliffs as you arrive here. There's a little bit more forests than you've seen before, a little bit more elevation change, and the first time that you've actually seen any kind of cliff.
Well, since I've got extra speed, I might actually use that to scout either side of the road a little bit, like out to about like what here ish. On
These
either
are,
side.
These are like raised slopes on either side of the road, right?
No, that's just how I had to make the road.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
making that clear. Yeah, the road is just it is lower. That's how I made it happen, but it's actually flat, and that's just the road.
Okay.
So Brother Bonk is basically just going to be at a very light jog, going backwards and forwards from.
All right, so you're basically going what, like that far, and then
Not like that far. Yeah. So,
yeah, that one was way too far. But
Doing a sort of serpentine off the road to check and see if there's anything.
yeah.
okay, and the rest of you just kind of moving, not
I mean-
quite full pace to give Brother Bonk a little bit more leeway.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
not. We're not rushing, but
But you're moving with intent.
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm maintaining a steady gaze, scanning for threats. Like 180 in front of me, I guess.
All right, so you guys,
And I'll be keeping my eyes out for like tracks off the road, see if I see anything that might be odd or huntable.
And in my 180 tracking, I'm also looking to the sides. Like when I reach the sides, I'm clearly looking for any signs of movement that might indicate a threat to Brother Bonk. Like I'm scanning like a CIA agent. I mean a Secret Service agent.
all right. So from here, y'all go ahead and take care. What? How are we gonna, Brother Bonk? As you are exploring in the trees, you notice that there is something a little different.
Suddenly I can't move my character.
You should be able to. Left side of the screen, the very top button, token controls. Click on that and then try again.
No, I'm just drawing squares around it. I moved it once, and now where I moved it to, I can't seem to drag it away.
I can move it. I can move it around.
You're
So
probably
it's just on.
why.
What? Okay.
All right, well, fuck it. I will just show you then.
Okay, cool.
So You notice as you're scouting to either side, you come through an area where the trees seem a little bit thicker, and you spot what seems to be a very abandoned building in a kind of nook cast by the mountain rising up around.
I'll take only just a quick sort of glance around the building before going back and telling people.
Okay. As you look around, you can kind of keep an eye on it and see what you see as you go around.
Is it at the scale? Oh, wait, I can't see it yet. Never mind. But I guess I can still ask you this, Rick, for when it comes. Is scale accurate here?
Yes.
So it's pretty damn tiny. It looks more like a shack.
I mean, consider the size of you.
Yeah. But
Like, all of us could easily fit in there without being crowded. So,
fair enough. Yeah.
Looks like a hunting cabin, basically, as far as size goes.
Okay.
It's basically a good-sized log cabin, but it appears
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Perfect. Okay.
completely abandoned.
Okay.
so yeah, I just ran around the perimeter, came back, and went logging cabin up on the hill up there. If we want to check it out.
I'm like, I think we should check it out. There might be, who knows what we'll find.
Might be it might have been an old caravan stop point that's been overgrown. Might be something in there.
But maybe we should watch out for traps. You never know what the kobolds might do. And I look at Akiva.
Brother
Hey,
Bonk
I
gets a whistle.
sucked at building traps. It's the reason why I'm a more traditional hunter.
I wasn't referring to you. I was just saying, like, maybe you know something about these. Don't get me wrong. No offense.
No, take it. It's just like, I mean, I do know a pretty good amount about traps, but
All right.
I sucked at building them.
Maybe you're good at disarming them. Maybe you should go in first, since you
Sounds like someone's bitter about having been trapped recently.
All right.
I'll cover you with my shield as you go in, right, or something like that.
All right. Then you all move now.
Okay. I can.
Yeah.
But
Cool. There seems to be a door right here.
okay. I go up to this what appears to be a window.
Entirely. Like, it was just a barely even a door. It was more of a slightly covered entryway.
I'm like waiting near the doorway, peeking in, ready for anyone who wants to go in to like kind of protect them.
Is this a win?
Inside looking for threats, you find a honestly almost disturbing amount of dust falling.
Am I allergic to dust by any chance?
Nothing really crazy about the dust. There's a lot of it.
Brother Bonk just wanders in. He's not bothered by dust.
I'm like, brother, we need to check for traps.
This place evidently hasn't been bothered in forever.
Doesn't mean a nasty kobold didn't leave a trap, good sir.
Traps need maintenance. Complex traps need maintenance. Anything this old wouldn't have any that would survive.
You come inside and you notice that this layout is correct, but nothing here looks beat up to actually reflect it. It's just beat up, torn to shreds. This place has been ransacked more times than all of our and it seems like it's on the last barely even together anymore.
It might be a nice place to take refuge from in a storm for like a couple hours, but I wouldn't want to stay here any longer than that.
Do you think the kobolds built it, or do you think it was built by the caravans?
Looks like too big for kobolds. Kobolds, for their own use, wouldn't build anything this big.
They would have built it for the tall folk.
Hell, it could have been just built by some guy who wants to be left the hell alone. For all we know.
Could be.
And he's long since
yeah.
gone.
Is there a garden or anything around it, Rick? Like anything that looks out of place or maintained?
No.
And that black patch right there, is that a trapdoor?
You can see a couple of spots that, look like they might have at one time been tended, but have long since been overgrown. And yes, Sharon, that is a trapdoor. It's just a hole in the floor.
Hole in the floor that leads to like a. I'm gonna look in there to see, like, is it like a full-on room down there, or is it literally like a little sort of
Subflooring.
wine hole to store cheese and wine?
Wine cellar.
It's just a little wine cellar. All right.
I'm like, should we go down and check what's in there?
I think someone already probably has. We should probably get back on the road to the caverns.
I feel like Solos put this here in our for a reason. Can I fit down comfortably in my armor, Rick?
You would fit comfortably. You don't know how you would easily be able to get back up.
I'm like, Brother Bonk, do you think you can get me back up if I gotta go in down here?
Given the condition of the wood.
That makes me even more curious. Can we break some of the wood to make the hole bigger with, like, can I bash it with my shield or something?
Sure. Give me an attack roll.
Attack roll? Okay. I'm gonna do a regular shield bash. And that is in this tab here. There we go. Wow, that's a 3 + 9. Eesh.
Okay. And what is your shield's hardness?
Ben? Do you know, Ben?
Okay, so over to inventory.
Oh, okay.
Over to steel shield.
Yes.
Click on steel shield. It'll bring up.
Oh, hardness is 5. Thank you.
All right. Give me a
While he's
and before you roll it, describe exactly how you are hitting the ground with your shield.
Can you describe the hole better?
It looks like a kind of square hole like that. There is a little wooden ladder leading down into it, up against the side to put yourself at the hole so I can speak in relation to you, because you're still outside the fucking building asking me for a description of this hole.
All right,
There you
because I
go.
was doing the other thing. Wait, where am I? Oh, I'm right. What? Where am I?
I got you in there.
Oh, thank you. I'm kind of like, if the ladder is on the other side of me.
No, you don't know where the ladder is yet because you haven't placed yourself yet.
Okay, I'm right there.
Okay, so yes, on the other side of the hole from you,
Okay.
like up against the right wall,
Mm-hmm.
is where the ladder is.
So I'm bashing like here-ish.
Okay.
Kind of like in a using my sword as a chisel, and not.
Wait, your sword is or your shield?
My shield, sorry. My shield is a chisel. Kind of like not towards me, but to the left and to the right, if that makes sense. To like kind of broaden the size of the hole.
Okay, so you're talking about, you got your left arm is still strapped in like normal, and your right hand on top and just kind of swinging it down and hitting with the bottom of the shield.
Hitting and scraping away from me, and
You're doing the Captain America shield smash. That
kind of, yeah.
What's his name?
Make sure that we're picturing the same thing, because if you were going to be like taking your shield and like grabbing it from the bottom corners and fucking overhead smashing like a chair smash in WWE or something, I wanted to know so that we can describe things correctly. So thank you.
No, I'm chiseling like this, like as if I was woodworking, like with an attention to detail and safety.
While he's doing that, are there fireplaces in here? There's fireplaces in the model, but
So you stand and you kind of straddle the hole, not like actually over it, but like behind it, because safety minded. And you line up, you take that first attention to detail and thwack, and you hit, and a couple of splinters fly off, and your shield just continues to go right through, and all of a sudden the beam that you hit is just split in half, and as you attempt to stop yourself, the shield just goes just a little bit further, and you find yourself leaned over, staring down into the hole as you just hear wood cracking all around you. Give me a reflex save, please.
Sure. Reflex save on its way. That would be a God damn it.
I moved to try and steady him.
I'm thinking that maybe there's an entrance to the cave down here. What did I get? I got a 20. I got an 18, 24.
All right. So as you hear the cracks in the wood, you hear things starting to fall apart around you. You very spryly jump forward and clear over where the ladder had been sitting against the entrance there, but is now turning to dust. And you just land and do a nice little kung fu roll, woof, and you come up facing back at the same way, seeing as the whole area right here. Let me go to the draw tool. This whole area right here. This whole area right here has just completely fallen apart from when you hit it with your shield.
I'm like, anybody want to check this out with me, or am I on my own?
I'm going.
I go up to the hole, the edge of the hole, and kind of very carefully try and lean it down and put my head sort of down below the floor to see if I can see anything in there, since I've got low light vision for that sort of thing.
I ask if you want help with my torch of everlasting light.
Not yet.
Okay.
With your low light vision, you are able to see that there's a whole bunch of dust fallen, some mice, cockroaches have been stirred up by the commotion, and just a general scurryment of some regular vermin. They don't seem to be acting any kind of violence or malice towards. They're mostly just trying to figure out what the fuck to do now, and you just kind of see some dust and detritus, and a fairly thoroughly ransacked little wine cellar.
Okay. So no entrances anywhere else, just like stone or dirt walls. All right.
Like, I feel like we should jump down there. I'm perfectly willing to go.
I feel, given the state of this place, that would be a dangerous waste of time.
I'm gonna go down.
I try to beat Lurith to it if I can.
No.
I grab Fairheart by the scruff of the neck and go, let the person who can fly out go in.
I whisper in Brother Bonk's ear, God, she's pretty.
Ah! Okay, so Lurith, are you humanoid form? Are you going in pest form? What?
Just going down humanoid form.
All right. How are you going down? What's your plan?
I'm going to go down the ladder
The ladder
Yeah.
disintegrated. He said that earlier.
Right.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna hop on down.
It can't be that big of a drop if it's just a cellar.
Yeah. So are you going over to the hole proper?
No, I'm just gonna hop down on the pile of debris.
So where right where you are here? Okay.
Yeah, like right here.
All right. So you hop down at what appears to be pretty much the end of the cellar. That's why that's the section that broke, is because where Fairheart hit happened to be the part that's hollow. Um, so you hop down there and you see that most everything has been kind of left alone, and there does not seem to be anything of value left, and there's not even much left that's whole. There looks like there probably were some wine racks here, but it's kind of gone, and you honestly hate to see all of this beautiful wood just used and abused in such a fashion and then just left to wither and decompose. Your very soul is screaming at the architect of this murder.
I try to gather the splintered timbers and move them aside. I sort of shift into the main body of the cellar here and just check this area where I landed to see if there's anything underneath the fallen rafters and stuff.
A perception check or searching or something like that.
One moment.
With your keen elven eyes, you look around you and you perceive a whole bunch of rubble and broken shit and just a whole bunch of abandonment. And
With downcast eyes, I leap back up.
Do
There's nothing here.
Do I understand Lurif enough to know that this scenery would upset her?
I just walk outside. I go among the trees.
I guess there's nothing. I guess there's nothing down here.
I still insist on going down and should take a look myself.
I go over to Lurith.
I'm only going to have to pull your heavy hard-plated butt out of there.
It'll be fun though, right?
Brother Bonk starts getting the rope out of his bag.
I try to look at any little nook and crevice, drawing on the very limited knowledge I've gathered about kobold traps and kobold whatever, to see if I can find anything kobold-like whatsoever.
all right, give me a perception.
Okay. God damn it! I can't remember. Like, these buttons are non-intuitive to me. There we go. That's a 26, which is a 19.
You look and you see dirt and dust and wood and mice shit. Nobody else found the mouse shit, but you did. You made a very careful note that there were 7,842 and a half of shit in that cellar.
I'm like, well, that's pretty shitty. And I ask if Brother Bonk can help me out as I tell him how much poop there is down there.
He's already lowering the rope.
I'm not entirely certain a rope is necessary.
For
Most
his
cellar-
heavy metal plated ass, yes, it is.
Most cellars are only like 5 feet deep.
Maybe
So, like, you reach your hand down. You two could probably just, like, grip hands.
Okay. Yeah, probably. I'll do that.
I do whatever the brother wants to do.
Part of Brother Bonk just wants to hit him over the head with the rope, but yeah, I'll just reach down.
I go up to Lureth and I'm like, you know, I know the building's in bad shape, and this lumber's bad, but it's being reclaimed.
Brother Bonk walks out after helping Fairheart out of the hole, and hears the end of that and goes, "It's honestly unsafe in there, and we should probably help the land reclaim this faster. Let's have a big fire tonight."
I'm like, that sounds unholy,
Bad.
but because of safety concerns, I agree.
I disagree.
I disagree.
As bad of condition as it is, it's a good emergency shelter.
What if someone falls in the hole I just made and hurts themselves?
It should be left to crumble. The earth will reclaim them.
Agreed.
Alright.
Other animals can use this place as shelter.
Is there something I
Other
can?
people might need to.
Is there some kind of like? Since I'm a paragon of good DM, is there something I can use to like make it clear that there's a giant hole? Or do I have? Or do I have chalk in my inventory? Yeah, I do have chalk in my kit, right, Rick?
Yeah, I do believe you do. I adventure.
Yeah.
You can write a message or something like that, draw a line around it. I'll even allow you to, if you want to sacrifice some of your rope, I'll allow you to figure out a way to.
He's just gonna write on the side of the building.
Thing around
has been condemned by Solus.
All gonna take you time. Like
I'm just writing. I'm just gonna write literally big hole and an arrow, and then on the outside of the building, I'm just gonna write in big letters in chalk, big hole inside. Watch out.
Okay.
That'll clear my conscience.
Okay.
That'll take what, like 5 minutes?
Through the wall twice.
Say that again?
After putting your hand through the wall twice.
Yes.
Both messages written.
Perfect. My conscience is clear.
Some solid chalk.
All right. Let's continue.
Yep.
Exploring.
Alrighty. You continue. And you have attacked the imposing figure of the dragon mounts. On your right-hand side, you have continued along from where you were, past all of the majestic peaks, and it has taken you a few more hours. It is coming around towards the end of the day, and the sun, for the first time since before this adventure began, is actually starting to go down just a little bit. And
Black map is black.
Our characters haven't been placed yet.
There we go. Ooh, what are those?
the path has started to curve around a little bit more towards the south as you pass around the tail of Dragon Mount. And this is where you find yourself.
Being a local, do I recognize what's south of us?
You're a home stretch.
Yeah.
You're south towards the Bay of Mist and the entrance to the caverns.
The weird.
I'm at the
cradle
weird.
things.
Yeah.
What are those?
What are those?
I was asking, does my character know what those are? Would my character know what those are? Or are those two new?
That is, damn it, that's a good question. Why didn't I think about the fact that those, yeah, you've been gone 20 years? No, you don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I think I've actually been gone longer. I think it's been like 30. My character's 45. And left at 15, so yeah, I've been gone 30.
Yeah, you don't know shit, bruh.
And we can see those from where our characters are, right?
You can see something. They're not above ground.
Oh, okay.
You just kind of, yeah, honestly, the map is not doing this justice because
So these are like, there's a depression over here we can't see into, but we can see that there's like a depression right there. Is how it should be.
almost
It's at
looks
least-
like kind of low garden fences.
Okay.
Is it like a hit? Is it sort of like a makeshift hedge maze sort of thing? Is that what we're supposed to be kind of looking at?
Well, we can cut across the field and get a closer look on, since the thing carves. Instead of following the road, just kind of cut across the field a bit to get a closer look as we move on, as we're moving on.
Kayla, don't you think we should be careful? Could be a trap.
As long as we don't go too close to them.
You never know with those pesky kobolds.
He says to the to a kobold.
Yeah, and I'm like, I'm not like even trying to be a dick. I'm just like that, like, just
Just racially blind. You're my friend now. You are no longer a kobold.
no. It's more like I'm just autistic.
You are an amazing person to know by people who've never met you, I think was what somebody said in the
Yes.
first session.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna go like to here. I'm not gonna go as close as Brother Bonk apparently is to look at, try and see what these are.
I'm gonna
You
stand
see some ridiculously exact, perfectly straight holes in the ground.
Brother Bonk's gonna lie on his stomach and put his head over the top of the hole to look down into the holes.
I'm like,
See
Brother
how-
Bonk, you might not want to do that, bro.
There are
That's
fences
why he's
around
lying.
them.
Oh, there's fences around them?
Yeah, I picture like a guardrail.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna go up and take a look down into the.
Look, I was like, well, at least they're safety minded.
I'm gonna keep a watchful eye on Bonk.
More aberrations upon the land, Lurith observes.
They look almost like vents.
You
Could-
look kind of gently and bringing yourself to face over. You look down and all you see is darkness.
I drop a pebble over and listen.
And you watch the pebble fade away out of sight.
I go and light my torch of everlasting light and try to see if I can make anything out down there.
Do I hear the pebble land?
No.
Could be ventilation. I mean, when you dig tunnels, you run into poisonous gas sometimes, and you have to vent it out. But these are a lot bigger than I'd expect for most vents.
Hey, Fairheart, you want to try your shield on these?
I'm like, what do you mean, dear?
Don't encourage him, please.
I always love to help with my shield.
Hey, Lurith, when you're in bird form, how good's your your low light vision?
Not good.
Would you be able to turn into an owl? Or a bat?
Owls might have great vision in the dark, but maneuverability would be an issue coming up this for an owl.
They are quite
How
large.
about a small bat?
I've been in the forest. I do not dwell with cave beings.
They're-
There are
I'm
small
like-
bats in the forest.
I'm like, I see bats in the
I
forest
see
all the
them.
time.
We're not that far away from the caverns. The mystery
What
of this...
And I go, Solos puts everything somewhere for a reason.
Yes, Solos probably didn't put this here.
Solos sees all.
So Solos knows why these are here,
Yes,
but
Hey,
he's
tell
not
us
going to
that.
share that with us yet.
Have you
He
read
may.
his book? Tell us.
we just need to shine his light upon it. As I shine the light.
I roll my eyes and walk away and go to Kyla. Please take us the right way.
Do I see anything?
Brother
With the
Bonk's
torch?
gonna get a pinch of grass and throw it over the top of these holes and see if it floats up, or if they like really quickly get sucked down, like faster than gravity.
You first
Airflow.
step, you see torchlight and blackness. To Brother Bonk, you see the blades of grass behaving mostly as you would expect thrown blades of grass do, which is flutter about unpredictably and inevitably not very far.
Okay, so no evident like sort of streams of air coming up or
No,
being
it doesn't
sucked down.
look like there's anything of any force coming out or going in.
Like a thought occurs to, me. These could be disposal pits.
Disposal pits of what type?
You know, throw dangerous stuff down there. Once they get too full, put a cap over them.
So, like,
Good way.
disposing of toxic waste.
Good way to dispose of bodies as well.
Do we smell
Kobolds
the-
do other things with bodies, and these pits would just attract a lot of things to. Bodies wouldn't be a great thing for these. Or
Brother
something like
Bonk
this.
sort of
Mass burials are not a good thing for anybody around.
Yes.
Brother Bonk sort of like flinches, like as if like, oh, you thought I was talking about you. Thinking like to himself, meanwhile his place with the monks, they had their own personal oubliette that they used to use on occasion.
What was that?
Sound like a die roll.
Yep. I feel we should probably get back on our way. The mystery
Yeah.
of these will show up sometime.
Yep.
Sounds wise.
And it is far too deep for you to jump in.
I also remark that it's interesting that there's no mounds of soil nearby.
Mm.
Where has the soil that once filled this land gone?
I'm like,
Yeah.
do you feel offended by this, Lurith?
No, I'm just puzzled as to where such a sheer mass of soil would be gone.
But why are you offended by decaying wood, but not offended by missing soil? I ask with genuine curiosity.
Because her people are a bunch of tree huggers.
We don't fully understand that the soil leads to trees.
Oh,
Plus, this area is too arid for the trees that I prefer.
I see.
If you think this place is arid, the world of sand and heat are far, far worse.
Everything is relative.
I turned to Brother Bonk and I kind of just like mutter to him, I could really go for a bowl of soup right now.
Potato leek.
And then I go, chicken.
And Brother Bonk starts wandering back towards the path, or at least the direction that the path was taking.
I prefer wild boar.
I'm like, that stuff's pretty good too.
Wild boar soup? I prefer that as a stew as opposed to a soup.
I walk away from all the food talk and just long for berries.
Wild boars, however, the last time I hunted them, one of them broke one of my ribs, so I don't hunt them much anymore.
What side was that on?
Oh, it's healed a long time ago, but it was very annoying.
In case I have to heal you in the future, I am the party healer. Oh wait, no, I'm not. But I used to be. But I tell. That's why I would like to know.
I already got healing for it. You wouldn't be able to tell even if you did heal me.
I'm like, you're wrong, but okay.
The playful continues as you round the bend and start to head south. And then, before too long, unfortunately, I was not able to get a decent fucking image to show you all this at all. Fuck. Oh my God. Anyway. Y'all come around, and as you start to head south, you see the mists start to rise above the horizon, and you can tell that you are not at all far away from the cliffs and the bay, but the sun is starting to go down behind you, and the darkness is encroaching. It will be short, only about 2 hours, but you feel like it's probably going to take you between half an hour and an hour to get the rest of the way to the cliffs.
I get like a Catholic priest voice, like very loud, and I go, Solos is resting. I believe we must as well. At least briefly.
Brother Bonk
Are we
sort of
still on
like,
this
it's like,
map?
what? Okay.
You're not technically still on the map. You just like extrapolate, follow it around in the curve, and you're headed south. I don't have a map
so
there right now.
and the sun's just going to be down for like an hour.
2 hours.
2 hours.
Yes.
I think we could take a 2-hour break, so we don't have to traverse a cliff face. We're near a cliff face in darkness.
I'm gonna spend
Probably
that.
idea.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna spend that 2 hours maintaining my shield and having a look at my armor and my weapons. And if I have time, I'm gonna try to look at everyone else's too, if they let me.
Okay.
Kyla's gonna go do some light hunting.
Brother Bonk's going to take a nap.
Hey.
And by light hunting, I mean he's going to be looking for. She's going to be looking for small game. She's not after like a big boar or anything. More like rabbits and the like.
In a 2-hour break.
What's up?
You're not going for an elephant in a 2-hour break. You sure?
Hey, if she spots one, she'll probably let the rest of the party know because that's something unique around here.
Is it though?
Maybe, I don't know. That's a good point. Do you think the kobolds would have war elephants? I think I think we need a
think the kobolds probably do not.
Secret war cave elephants.
They probably have war. They probably have war ponies, and that would be big for them.
All right.
Just gonna spend the time to
So-
take and just
Yes,
calm
please.
disbelief at the various leisure activities that others put themselves in. The only one that makes sense is Brother
Be there shortly.
All right, Lurith, what are you doing for your 2 hours?
I just said it.
Oh, I did.
Meditating and looking upon all the others in disdain, except for Brother Bonk, who seems to be the only one doing something sensible.
Okay, gotcha. And Brother Bonk.
I'm taking a nap.
Okay. Drusilla will wander off into the forest. Doesn't have any proper clothes, and she gathers some materials and comes back and has made garmentry out of leaves.
Do I notice any chinks in the armor or anything else that's weird with my shit or anyone else's shit?
Nothing in particular, just typical wear and tear, which you are more than capable of, buffing out and taking care of. So everything is ready to go when you resume travels.
I call Fairheart an idiot for shining his armor before we're going to go into a dark cave to make him easier to see.
I'm like, in Solos's name. Kind of like as if someone was saying "bitch, please."
so.
I'd like to make that a thing.
I would also like to, while Kyla's out doing some light hunting, she's changing her skin tone to be like darker browns, like
Okay.
dull browns, getting ready for going underground.
Gotcha.
I look at her with immense
You're not looking at her. She is off in the forest, and you are repairing armor.
Yeah, Lurith has gone off into the forest as well, but she takes a different approach. She just lies down and rolls around in the dirt to make her general appearance appear darker.
Thank you. My dinner was brought to me.
Does Kyla manage to find any hunting?
Check character chat.
Okay. I might have missed that. My cat showed up.
No, I just sent it. So
Oh, okay.
It's yummy, thank you.
you.
I don't know if you guys can hear a cat snoring in the background.
Sounded like a fucking screeching something.
My cat came up to
on a
the
list that's emailed to me.
my cat came up to the door, looked like he wanted in, but by the time I got to the door, he disappeared.
Oh, your cat's an outdoor cat?
Oh yeah, our cats come up to the door anytime they want it. They want in or out.
Oh, fun.
We're fairly close to a fairly main road, so we're like, nope, you are strictly an indoor cat. We do not want to discover you as a flat white rug on the road one day.
No. And there's
Our cats, we love our cats, but our cats also have to work their pay or work for their home. And so they have to be mousers. So we have to let them out.
Fair enough. Yeah, no,
Even
we don't
when we
have that
live-
problem.
Even when we lived in town, we still had them for mousers, and so they still had to be let out. I'm not saying it was perfect. Milky Way had his entire hip shattered, and had to have his back leg amputated, but he lived a very long life. So,
I remember Milky Way.
yep. He lived with that back leg missing for like 12 years. Mm-hmm. But yeah, currently haven't had that problem with our current two cats. They tend to be uninjured most of the time.
Are they good mousers?
It's hard to say because they actually eat the mice. Whereas a lot of
Oh.
cats won't eat the mice; they'll just bring them to you.
Right.
Sometimes we'll find their remains, but we know they're doing their job. You know what it means when a cat brings you a dead mouse?
They think you're a terrible hunter.
Exactly. They're like,
Here, eat
I-
this.
I've never seen you hunt. Here's what you eat. Let me show you how to do it.
You know what it means when a dog brings you a dead mouse? Look, Dad, look what I found.
Yep.
What's even worse is when the cat brings you like a partially, like, it's still alive but kind of injured mouse, because that means that they're wanting to teach you. With
Yep.
like, here, it's injured. It's easy to catch. You try.
Yeah. We mostly know our cats do a good job because we find the pieces of the mice that they don't like to eat sitting on our porch.
Okay.
They bring them back to their den.
Okay, did someone step away? Or nope, we're all here.
I'm here.
Yeah, I hear frantic clicking.
Okay. So we all rested.
Yep, you're all rested up. The sun has come back up, and you continue southward. And after about 65, 70 minutes or so, you come to the actual cliffs. You spot the way down the path down the cliffside in some switchbacks, and it's pretty similar to what you are familiar with, Kyla. It has changed a little bit due to rock falls, erosion, shit like that, but in general, it's pretty the same. And you begin to make your way down. And this is where we will resume with the tactical maps.
Okay.
Oh, great. This looks perfectly safe.
Lilith is sort of in her element here. And one's alone.
I'm like, do I feel safe right now, Rick?
I mean, you don't feel any particular sense of danger other than being on a relatively ledge with a fall of an uncertain height and being surrounded by, rocks that could fall at any time. I mean...
Okay, so I'm terrified and like shitting myself. Gotcha.
Lilith literally prances ahead joyfully.
The path is perfectly wide. You could have like 3 fair hearts across.
Yeah, I'm afraid.
You're definitely not squeezed right now. Like, you have room on this path it is still a pretty good road down the mountain.
I'm not a fan of heights.
For someone who's not a fan of heights and hasn't done it before, yeah, it's a little bit, but it's not like, oh my god, this is.
I asked.
Everyone else knows that you have no reason to be shitting yourself, but you are still shitting yourself. You don't care.
I go across the wooden planks and pause on the middle and go one at a time along here. And go across it. And Ferhat, you're going last.
All right, stop.
Really?
Okay, so give me an acrobatics to walk across the plank, please. Lurith.
Okay,
Is that just a
back
reflex?
No, you just have acrobatics in your skills.
The thing with the hand.
Proficiencies tab.
Proficiency.
Ooh.
Wait, how do you have a 2?
Untrained. And dexterity use +2.
Untrained. Huh. I would have expected it to be trained. Never mind.
As a rogue, yes. As a druid, no.
And which one did you walk across?
The one closer to the edge.
Little thinner one.
Okay. You get to the end unharmed, unchallenged. You have a couple of shaky moments where you're like, whoa, and you kind of get everyone watching now up in their throat as they watch you lean to each side and not only almost go off yourself, but take the board with you.
Oh, great.
But you reach the other side, and you are able to step off and breathe a sigh of relief.
Suddenly, I'm no longer Prince.
Both of the boards are intact.
Okay.
All right.
Kyla's going to go across next.
I'm going to stay on the far side and hold the board as still as possible for him.
For who?
For anyone crossing.
Yeah, so go ahead
Okay.
and self up, and we'll lay you down. Wait.
So,
Lurith helps on the other side.
All right, there we go. Okay, so which board are we using, Ben?
I'm using the bigger one. I'm heavier than Lurith is.
Okay, so Lurith, you're also holding it down on that side?
Yep.
Brother Bonk is holding it down here? Okay. I need both of y'all to roll me an 8 another action, and Kyla, go ahead and do acrobatics.
what do we need to roll?
So just you two roll athletics,
Okay.
and Kyla roll acrobatics. All right, you guys do your best to hold it in place as Kyla prances across. Kyla actually does prance and just jumps right over Lurith, holding the board on the other side, lands with a flourish, turns around and says, "It's not that hard, guys."
It helps that I have a +9 in acrobatics.
Drusilla.
I will hold the this side for this time. I have higher strength than Lurith does.
Yep, Lurith just goes off and just leans against the cliff face and crosses her arms and just smiles, knowing that Fairheart's going to have to come across soon. Should Drusilla come over first?
Yes, that's what I'm doing now.
I'm like, why don't you better exemplify the virtues of Solos?
Kyla suggests we tie a rope around Fairheart before he gives it a try.
I'm like,
Brother Bonk just nods.
Drusilla on, and she confidently just strides, and no flourishes, no extra actions, no hesitation. She just, like it's any other day, walks across the plank and arrives safely at the other side.
All right, Fairheart, your turn.
I say a prayer out loud to Solos, the merciful.
Better say your prayer out loud.
Oh, Solos, the merciful, the thankful, the eternal light that shines upon us. Please bless me as I walk across these planks. For I shall bring honor to thy name and thy glory. Yes. Do I see a way whereby I could do it in a more athletic than acrobatic fashion? Safely.
It's kind of acrobatics because what we're looking at here is balance and stepping ginger.
I see. Well,
I still say we should tie a rope to him.
Yeah.
That way, if
Just
everything
to be-
else fails, we can pull your ass up.
I'm like,
Yeah.
Solos, bless you.
Yeah, because nothing against you, but everything against the wooden boards, against your weight of your armor.
It's like a donut. You can't just eat one.
How heavy is?
He's at least carrying his own weight in armor, most likely.
Well, your weight is apparently 3.
Somebody didn't fill out their character sheet right.
Well, most of the people here don't have weight and height.
Oh,
I think I'm the only one that does.
Well, I know he's 6'4", because he made sure to bring that up, which means he's a pretty big guy.
I probably weigh like 400 pounds with the armor on, 450.
So you're like,
I just
because you're
muttered
muscular,
something
you're
about
probably
being-
like 221
I just
pounds.
muttered-
Let's go with
I
that. Yeah.
muttered something about the species of wood and some ancient text called the Sagulator. I could calculate whether or not all of this is, but we don't have time.
Send the link to him.
He knows.
All right, Fairheart, rope is on. Let's do this.
In the name of Solos.
Not bad.
Lurith closes her eyes,
All right,
covers her.
who's holding the rope?
Definitely not Lurith.
Well, I'm holding the board, so I don't think I can hold the board and the rope at the same time, outside of maybe tying it around my waist.
Yeah, Bonk would be the best one. I think I would be second best because my strength is a +2 modifier. So someone else would have to hold the board while I hold the rope.
Lurith can hold.
Right, roll athletics if you're holding the rope.
Okay, athletics.
Wow.
Also trained.
Bonk, you holding the rope, right? Or no?
I'm
Okay.
not really. I'm holding the
Cut.
board, but I've got a second rope tied around my waist if need be,
Okay.
so
And
that I can do like a reaction.
who's holding the board on the other side?
Lurith.
Lurith again? Okay. So you two give me athletics for the board.
Okay.
Nice.
Athletics.
Lurith wrenches the board from its footings.
Lurith, give me another 20, please. Just straight /R space D20.
Oh, fuck's sake.
It still helps. All right. So the rope is tied off around Fairheart. Bonk has the rope tied around himself while his hands are still free to hold the board. Fairheart steps over Bonk's arm onto the board, and there's just a massive creak. He takes a deep breath and lifts his other leg, puts his left leg down in front of his right, and the board noticeably sags. And just like his head, while he's still standing straight upright, is like half an inch lower. And with the next step, it's another 2 inches. And the entire time, the wood is screaming its protest. Lurith is just channeling every inch of her love for the forest into this beam. Like, don't fucking break, don't fucking break, don't fucking break. And he continues to take painstaking step after terrifying, jaw-dropping, pants-shitting step. And as a cloud of smoke arises behind him, he starts to wobble to his left side, away from the cliff on the right. And Lurith notices, and just as he starts to fall, she pulls the fucking board that he is still on, and instead of falling potentially to his doom and bringing 2 other party members with him, he falls uncomfortably on his side right at the edge of the cliff. Roll a reflex save, sir.
Yes, sir. Reflex save is right here. I am trained. But
As soon as you land, you start to roll towards the place that you don't want to be, but immediately realizing it and working things out quickly, you manage to get your hand out just in time to stop the momentum and just keep yourself exactly where you're at long enough to get your bearings and sort of roll over and begin to actually push yourself up and come to a standing position.
wonderful. Instead of thanking people for their help, I just say it was Solus's will.
He's still on the board, though.
No, he is safely on the other side, standing.
Oh.
Good.
Okay.
It's not that I'm ungrateful though. My tone is not ungrateful. It's more just like autistic. Like, I don't know how to put it. Like, Steve knows what I mean.
All right, brother Bunk, seeing that Fairheart's on the other side, quickly unties the rope.
I help untie it from Fairheart and try and get it ready to stow away.
I thank them for that, the rope untying.
And what kind of distance are we looking at in between the 2 spots?
Could you
1,
jump
2,
it?
3, 4. About 20 feet gap.
Yeah, no, that's not jumpable. Maybe, but like not safely. All right. So I guess I roll an acrobatics check to make my way over.
I mean, well, you tell me how you want to cross, and I'll tell you what to roll for it.
Kyla speaks up. Given the board that just took Fairheart was shrieking like it was in pain, you may want to try the other board. Your call,
Agreed.
though.
Agreed. I used the other board that didn't have Fairheart on it. And I asked for Kylo to hold it for me. And
Actually, Fairheart's stronger.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm the strongest.
He's the better one to hold the board.
Yeah,
in this
Fairheart.
case.
Yeah, can you hold the board?
Of course, bro.
Yeah, of course, bro.
All right. Are you removing your shield?
Am I what?
Are you removing your shield?
I feel like that I would be able to just push down on the board with my shield, and that would brace it even better. Or am I wrong in making that assumption?
You're gonna try and use your shield to brace the board. Okay, that's why I was asking, is because you're strapped in. So,
Right now, I think I feel like I mean, am I right in evaluating the situation? Am I right in thinking that using my shield would give me even more strength to like more purchase on it?
I don't see it as a net negative or positive. The thing that kind of strikes me is the way I'm picturing it. It's going to kind of be in the way of the dismount.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna. Bonk's gonna have to like literally step over your torso.
Oh,
Yeah, he'd have to step over you entirely.
all right.
Bonk can probably do. So, like, if that's how y'all want to do it.
No, I'll take the shield off. I don't want to risk Bonk.
Okay, yeah, that's all I was asking, because a shield on and off is easy enough. It's not like your armor.
Right.
But that does give you two hands to hold it. So
Yeah, but it does take like 5 minutes.
No.
Really? I thought I had 4 straps on there.
like
shield
it's
rule.
Probably.
It's too much to do in combat. But
Yeah.
out of combat, it's negligible.
And
Okay.
probably easier to take off than it is to put on.
Yes.
It's like putting on 4 seat belts. Doesn't really take all that much time, but not something you want to do when someone's swinging a sword to your face.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
All right, Brother Bonk, go ahead and give me an acrobatics, Fairheart, and athletics, please.
Athletics, no problem. Plus 12.
I rolled a nat 1.
Oh my god. I roll a nat 16 plus 12, which is 28.
That
Yeah,
belt of giant strength is helping you a lot.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy.
Though even without it, you rolled pretty good.
And you specifically said that you untied the rope as soon as Fairheart got up.
Yep.
Give me a reflex.
Reflex save. All right. I just roll it. There we go.
Okay.
There is a ledge down there.
As I see whatever's sorry?
You can't react until you have something to react to.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Brother Bonk steps out and gets about halfway across.
With a nat 1, I'm surprised that you didn't make me stub my toe in the beginning and just head first.
That probably would have been an easier way to do it, honestly.
Yeah, let's do that. I stubbed my toe getting onto the plank. That sounds like a very easily imagined nat 1.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you go to step out, you stub your toe on the plank, you fall forward, you manage to catch yourself in between the two planks.
Kyla moves
Yeah.
over to hold the other big plank now that it's in play.
I judge that my best role as the strong guy is probably to be holding the plank, but I ask Lurith for some reason I feel like Lurith could do it to throw a lasso around Brother Bonk.
Lurith looks at the rope, looks at Bonk, goes, I'll give it a shot.
Well, you have a high enough survival. You know enough about knots.
I'm afraid not.
Yeah.
Hey.
In old versions of D&D, that actually was its own unique skill.
Yeah.
Use rope.
Yep.
So am I doing a survival roll here?
Yeah. Do a survival roll to get right, and then do an improvised weapon attack. Last.
There's a survival.
Okay, yeah, you made the knot no problem. It is one of the most beautiful. Donald Trump tied this knot. That's how good.
I think you could say that it was Elvis in a Vegas chapel tied that knot.
There you go. There you go. That was well fucking played.
It really was.
Okay. And then improvised weapon attack roll.
What do I find that under? I don't see it under abilities.
I'm looking for him.
Man, I'm like waiting to go get another bowl of pasta, but this is too exciting.
Would that just be a dex roll or a strength roll, depending on because it's thrown?
I mean, it would also get your. Well, yeah, no, fuck that. That works. It works.
So what am I doing?
Because usually thrown weapons are a dex roll, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, just give me D20 plus 2. You're good.
Oops. Well,
Huh.
All
All right, go ahead and do that same thing again. Lurith hitting them 20s tonight, boys. All right.
Yep.
So Lurith takes the piece of rope that's tossed over to her and ties just this amazing, fantastic fucking knot. And then doesn't even really look or aim or anything, just kind of takes the rope and just whips it out there and not even really paying attention. And it just happens to fall directly behind Brother Bonk. And then as it's going down, because the knot was so beautifully placed, it kind of hooks on Brother Bonk's belt, and the loop just starts to get wider. And then as it goes down beneath Brother Bonk's feet, Lurith starts to pull it back up and just gives a little whoop as she does. And all of a sudden, that knot stays tight on Brother Bonk's belt, but the loop just goes right around in front of the feet and just dip, and cinches right around Brother Bonk's waist, and he's nice and snug, tight in this, and ready to fucking rock. You feel fully supported, but you are still caught out there in the middle of nowhere, hanging with one arm on each of these boards.
Okay.
Nice.
All right, Kyla's like, should I take the rope now or keep the board?
I'm like, I am the best at athletics.
Brother,
Telling yourself that despite the feats that you have just seen performed by others.
Yes, but I have a plus 12.
Brother Bonk's going to climb back up on the board that he was intending to walk across. Is that an acrobatics or an athletics?
That would be an acrobatics followed by an athletics. The acrobatics is to get yourself onto like that board.
Okay, that's my acrobatics.
So you are able to swing the arm over and get a solid grip on the one board.
Cool. And athletics, that's my athletics to climb back on the board.
You are able to pull yourself up, and with some difficulty, you're able to get enough momentum swinging your legs side to side because you are braced by the knowledge that you are tied in. You're able to push yourself a little farther than you would normally want to go. You're able to get your up and over and yourself around, and you are prone on the board, lying on your chest with your legs kind of and arms kind of dangling on each side.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not going to try and get up. I'm just going to crawl the rest of the way.
I'm going to stop holding the board and tag team the rope with Lurith.
Alrighty, you are able to get the rest of the way across with no further incidents. Congratulations, team. You all made it.
All right. I give Brother Bonk a hug and I go get some pasta.
Yeah.
Forest.
I also need to piss, so we're going to go ahead and take 10, 15 minutes and meet back here.
Very good.
I think our characters should do the same.
Yeah, they're big.
Yes.
I'll sit down. Yeah.
That one.
Catch your breath.
Glad I didn't have to roll another character.
Hello.
Hey.
So,
Yeah.
Oh, you're still busy.
Say what?
I said you're still busy.
Oh no, I'm just filling up the laundry.
Ah.
I received orders when I was upstairs.
Ah.
Suck.
Page 300. Okay. I'm checking on the rules to something.
On what?
I have an ability. I want to know how often I can use it.
Oh. There we go. I like my washing machine quite a bit, and like the knob lights up in the dark, the dial, but the fucking settings don't, which seems like a very stupid design.
Okay, so I understand now how often I can use it. How long does it last? 1 minute.
How often can you use it?
Once every 10 minutes.
Oh. So in game time, that's once every how many turns?
No, I have to take a 10-minute action to get the spell, to get the spell-like ability ready to use again.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
During which time you cannot do anything else.
Yeah, it's like it's like you're meditating or you're praying or you're gathering focus.
Yeah.
And and it takes 10 minutes to do.
Dying.
Okay, well that's something I want to rectify later, but hey, it works.
Yes.
That'd be 1d6. What's the other ability? Allow me. You are.
Has nachos. I'm so glad that I don't need to roll another character.
I could easily just give you one. I have a couple already made up. Admittedly, a lot of my characters take like price for power a little too far. Like a lot of my characters are very much they've traded a lot for being monsters. All right. So what I'm trying to do is during the break we took before we got to the canyon.
Yeah.
My character went hunting.
Mm-hmm.
She caught a pheasant.
Okay.
Okay.
He wants to roast that thing, but we don't have time to sit down and make a campfire. I have some elemental abilities
Mm-hmm.
that would allow me to maybe possibly cook it.
I think you totally should.
Because, like, I have a breath weapon that I can use once every 4 rounds.
So how close do you have to be to a thermonuclear bomb to cook a pizza perfectly?
And so it only does 2d4 damage. That's not a whole lot of damage.
No.
That's like hit somebody in the face with a torch. Actually, a torch. There are rules for torches. Hitting someone in the face with a torch would only do like 2 points of fire damage, and the rest would be bludgeoning from the stick. But I want to use my breath weapon to roast this pheasant for us to snack on.
Sounds yummy to me.
Yeah, no problem. And
Oh, you
that
heard?
experienced hunter, you can fucking finish first all that shit. Yeah, no problem.
I'm just
Okay.
imagining you having already like plucked it and gutted it, and then you just like put
Yeah,
your mouth to its anus and then just blow fire through it.
I was going to
You
go
got-
on Google for
like that
something off the kitchen
or-
knife, but
The walking, like, could have used it while we're walking.
I figure like clean it out and whatnot and pluck it. I'd probably have done that right after catching it, and it would have just been like hanging on my pack.
Yeah. I'm just imagining like it's called like the kobolds have like a colloquial term for it, like a meat flute or something. That style of cooking.
I'm more interested. Like, I haven't told any of the party member. Like, Kyla hasn't told any of the party members that she has a breath weapon.
And then
So,
something
like,
we see you
this
cooking
is
a
something
pheasant with
that-
it.
Yeah, this is something they're not going to. We're taking a break after traveling it, and you just look over, and this the giant kobold is just like fire breath weaponing a pheasant.
Lols.
Does like that 2 or 3 times. It's like, okay, I got some meat ready. Anybody want a snack?
I'm gonna find that offensive, by the way.
What?
I don't like fire.
Who?
Fairheart.
Oh,
But Solus.
Yeah, because we like the sun. We don't like fire.
But the sun is fire.
I know.
What?
We get along with the water people.
hey, religion doesn't have to make sense. They can be hypocrites. Look at
Really, never.
I was
we're
gonna say
fine.
I was gonna say the Catholic Church, but okay.
Yeah, the Catholic Church is fine. It's like we're fine with cooking, but like your thing is going to be just particularly offensive because of how you do it. So I'll need to chide you
the
mildly.
day of the month when you do it.
We don't have time. Hell, on the side of on the world of sand and heat. I mean, you don't want to burn wood. Wood is expensive over there. So
Then maybe you should go back to the world of sand and heat, is what I would say.
Guy who was just complaining about how your last character left the party so abruptly.
I was going to say without gratitude for us saving his life.
He tried to save yours.
I think it was pretty. I think it was pretty half patched.
Yeah,
Oh.
probably.
Ooh. Well, for all this talk about saving life, you definitely follow the hypocritic oath.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so that's what Kyla does, and Fairheart doesn't have to have any.
Oh,
I mean, obviously he doesn't want any. It wasn't cooked properly, I guess.
I would like some. I'm just saying that you could have cooked it in a
wasn't
more subdued
slaughtered
manner.
In the method of it was haram.
Yes, it's haram.
Mhm.
You could have boiled it, sir.
I'm just imagining like Kyla going, but meat fluting is the best way to cook.
I'm only sad we don't have any garlic.
Did you just call the technique of cooking meat throating?
Meat flute.
Oh,
Because he's blowing fire up the chook's anus. To cook it from the inside
she
out.
just sounded so Bergen right now.
Anyways, when Fairheart mentions, you could go back to the side of sand and heat, Kyla mentions not for a long while. That union boss hates my guts.
I'm like, given the way you cook, sounds like there's a good reason why. Or actually, no, I'd rephrase that as given your heresy. Yeah. Would you like me to tell you more about Solos, our god, our one true god?
Everyone except Fairheart make a perception check.
Why don't I get to make a perfect perception check?
Because you're too busy proselytizing to notice anything.
All right, perception.
True nat ones.
Wow.
Kyla, the one who's cooking is the one who's like ultra perceiving the everything around him.
The one who is cooking is also fairly familiar with this to have already known about it and therefore least likely to be perturbed by it or counted as out of the ordinary. And therefore, I don't know whether she's actually going to say anything to you guys. But Kyla, you notice that the mist seems to be increasing and decreasing fairly regularly, almost as if it were breathing.
Ah. Yeah. You DM'd me about this earlier, didn't you?
No. I DM'd you about other semi-tangibly related things, but...
Okay. But yeah, makes sense to Kyla. She doesn't really bat much of an eye at the mist pulsing. So, anyone like some roast pheasant?
I'll have some.
Yeah, I'll have a go. I've never seen that cooking method before.
After
Would
I
have preferred
get
garlic, maybe some lemon. Would have made it a lot better, but
Lilith reminds everyone that she's vegan.
while I'm eating the pheasant, I keep talking about Solus.
are we still walking down the path now that we're like taking a quick break and eating? Like eat as we walk?
You guys.
I would rather not eat as I walk on a cliff face, if that's okay with you.
Makes sense. Pheasants are pretty small though, so
Yeah.
we'll go
Yes.
through it pretty
Oh, yeah.
quickly.
Brother Bonk just daintily nibbles on a single chicken wing or leg or whatever he's given.
I just figured like Kyla cooked it, she's got it in her hand, and we're just kind of sitting in a circle picking pieces off of it and just snacking.
That sounds yummy.
Mm-hmm.
We should have brought cooking supplies. I mentioned to Brother Bonk. Is there anything in our ration kits that I can use in the rations that I can use to dress it up at all, Rick?
I kind of figured we did have cooking supplies. We just, given where we are, we didn't have really a lot of time to properly cook things.
No, but I'm like saying, do I have like any salt or hot sauce or anything of the
that.
sort?
That's what you're talking about.
You probably would have like salt, pepper, something like that in your rations, but it'd be packed away, and basically you'd be ruining a day's rations to get.
Okay, I'm good then.
If you want to, go for it.
No, I'm good. You said there's no hot sauce, so I'm fine. I'm good. If there's hot sauce, I probably would brat bucket, but like this, no.
Meanwhile, just because you don't know the area, there's like spicy mushroom, like fungus things on the cliff face all around you. You just don't know.
Oh.
And just Kyla's just not. She doesn't particularly like spicy stuff. Like she already has a breath weapon. She doesn't need anything spicier.
She would be immune to it.
Probably.
Immune to my own breath weapon. I'm not immune to actual fire damage.
But you're probably immune to like hot chilies.
Like,
Oh yeah, probably. Probably. Species wise, I'm not entirely certain how a kobold palate would do, but yeah, probably.
Yeah. Are you able to blow fire while you swallow?
Can you breathe and swallow at the same time?
I think there's a term for
No.
that old people get when they drink water into their lungs. Aspirating.
Aspiration, yeah.
Yeah,
So
not recommended.
technically, but I don't think you can breathe out while you're doing that. So,
So, yeah, no.
yeah.
It didn't cross my mind that the fire was coming from your lungs. I thought it was like coming from your belly for some reason. Like metaphorically speaking.
No.
Metaphor.
Because one of the things, at least in old D&D, you could do was if you messed, you could do things about messing with a dragon's breathing, and it would stop them from using their breath weapon.
Oh, fun.
At least old versions of D&D. I think they got rid of that in like after second edition or something.
Anyway, having eaten the partridge, or pheasant, or whatever the hell it was, let us continue.
Yes, let us go to the Caverns of Skriel. I say a prayer as we depart. I'd ask everyone if they'd like to join in with me. Very enthusiastically as well.
Ruth has become agitated again. She hasn't seen other than her own leathers.
I just point out the mushrooms on the walls, going, I know they're not quite plants, but they're close. Look how they grow.
She scowls at them.
I reach for a mushroom and rip it off. Like
do a nature check.
I'm like, I'm saving this for later.
Turns out it's like something insidious and highly poisonous.
Probably is in this type of sort of humidity.
You never know.
All right. Describe the mushroom that is in your hand.
It is. It looks a lot. It looks exactly like a chanterelle.
Okay. Same size, everything like that.
Yep.
What's a chanterelle? Is that
It's
the ones that?
Like
It's one of the fancy, really tasty mushrooms.
yeah.
That we can't get here in Australia, unfortunately.
Really?
Mm-hmm. They don't grow here. And
Well,
by the time that they ship them here, they're no good.
I don't know if they're grown anywhere. I thought they were foraged.
Well, you know what I mean.
Most mushrooms you can grow commercially if you know the humidity and temperature. There's only a handful that you can't, and those ones mostly grow underground.
Oh, interesting.
That's why we can't grow truffles domestically.
Yeah.
And why they're slowly going extinct, because most of them grow under oak tree, specifically cork oak trees. And because cork oak trees keep on getting cut down to make cork, then there's less area for truffles to grow.
Yep.
They
I've heard that
actually-
they're...
Cork trees to make cork. The cork comes from the bark.
Yep.
Well, yeah. But
Yeah, but removing the bark from a tree normally
Yeah.
ain't healthy for it.
How would you like to be flayed alive?
I mean, that's
Yes,
how they.
please.
That's also how they make cinnamon.
What?
cinnamon's from the bark.
Cinnamon is from the bark of a tree.
It is?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's why if you look at those cinnamon sticks, it basically looks like a piece of a tree bark that's been curled into on itself. They take a real thin layer, they curl it in on itself, and they let it dry.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I had no idea.
Information, me too, bro.
Does the tree die in being harvested?
Wait until you hear about how they make vanilla.
I could not hear a word you said, Steve.
Something about vanilla?
Wait until you hear about how they make vanilla.
Oh.
Isn't that with slavery?
No, he's talking like there's vanilla and then there's vanillin. Vanilla is fine. It's from a bean, much like coffee.
Yeah.
Vanillin comes from a beaver's ass.
Oh, interesting. Because there is human slavery involved in the production of vanilla and cocoa.
Oh, possibly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not possibly. Assuredly, at the current time.
Given where a lot of that stuff is grown, that does not surprise me. But yeah, with cork, I don't know if it kills the trees. With cinnamon, I know they don't even try to keep the tree alive because cinnamon trees grow really fast, and so they don't need to.
Oh, okay. The more you know. I had no idea.
For the record on the cork trees, it does not kill them. It doesn't. I mean, it's not great for them, but like professional cork operations, they harvest their trees every 19 years.
Explains why cork wood is expensive.
We could also just switch to using like the plastic corks, or bottle caps for wine, anyway.
Well, a lot of the things with the wines is that like the cork holds in some of the flavor.
Oh, I know.
Some of the flavor and the microorganisms that normally live in wine like that and help preserve the flavor or some shit like that.
But they've developed some models of plastic corks that are made out of like the proper resins and have tiny holes in them, which are like basically
allowed to do the same thing, basically.
Well, functionally, yeah. But some of the traditional vintners won't make the switch.
My solution is to not drink them.
Yeah.
And the plastic corks are cheaper too.
Anyway.
We go to plastic corks, then we go to plastic bottles. The last step will be going to plastic wine.
We're already out.
Well, we've already got plastic bagged wine.
It's a fine vintage, 1832, virgin plastic.
All right, let's head down we finished eating. Let's head down the road.
All right, I'll continue on heading down, and it is mostly full. You have a couple of spots where some rocks clutter down around you, but nobody gets hit. No super big, massive rocks or anything like that. And you make a couple more switchbacks, going back and forth as you continue on down the face of the cliff until you come to what is an intimately familiar sight to you, Kyla. A massive set of red and gold double doors, just absolutely huge. A solid red door adorned with intricate gilding, set out to be almost 3D dragon's head coming out of the door, looking very similar in motif to the ones that you have seen on the flag that you collected so many months and 3 days ago.
Do I still have it in my pants? Or my bag, I mean?
I don't want to know what's in your pants.
You're the DM. You would know exactly what's in my pants.
How pretty is the design? Like how intricate is the dragon? Is the dragon fearsome, or is it like elegant? Like what are we looking at?
It is definitely a little bit awe-inspiring and fearsome, but it is also very elegant, well done. Like it is a symbol of pride for the Skriel. It's got a little bit of a fearsome presence because, of course, it is draconic in nature, but not like that's what it was designed for.
I loudly say a false icon and spit towards the ground in front of it.
Meanwhile, Brother Bonk has got like a similar look in their eyes, like as if they want to like go, "Oh, kitty, I want one."
I'm like not having any of this. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? How dare they?
I don't think of it as an icon. I think of it as a very big, pretty beast-looking thing.
I think of it as...
I understand that it's a statue or a motif, but it's just very well done where I'm like, I
think-
want that as a pet.
I'm more like the lines like I think it's offensive that they've drawn a fire breathing creature. It's like almost as if they like drew a dick face
Oh, it's
on
fire.
Jesus. Sorry,
How do you know it breathes fire? It's not-
I'm assuming based on my knowledge of dragons.
which is next to nothing. Like you don't
Well,
have legs to assume on.
but
You don't
Lore-
even have a leg to lead up to that assume.
Dragons in Galil are extremely rare.
yeah, I know, but there's the mythology of creation, isn't there?
They weren't a part. As far as the normal people go, which is everyone here, no one knows the myth of the world's creation, the real myth of the world's creation.
Okay, well, Rick and I need to talk about what it is in the Temple of Solos then.
I mean, even the Temple of Solos would not really purport to have the true myth or creation story for the planet.
Oh, really?
Planet is older than Solos.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, but I'm surprised we don't have our own.
Typically, tell you every time that we had those conversations that these are things that no player will ever know.
No, I know, I get that. What I'm saying is, as a religion, I'm surprised it doesn't have its own like fantasy origin story. Like that would shock me.
Oh, I'm not saying it doesn't.
Okay, sorry.
But dragons aren't a part of it.
Probably not.
Okay. I'm just offended by the creature based on the assumption that it breathes fire, and I just made that assumption based on. Well,
Yeah, I'm just saying that's a you assumption. That's not necessarily a fair hard assumption.
fair.
If you feel like you still want to take outrage at the image of a dragon, go for it.
I
But
do.
you would have had that same reaction when you picked up the rags for the first time. Because
Good
it's
point.
the same style of dragon.
At that time, though, he was reeling from other stuff.
I'm just
Okay.
imagining Kyla like rolling their eyes, guessing why, because of the whole he saw her breathe fire, and going, "You do realize that this particular dragon in myth breathed ice, right?" Or
Like,
something like that.
How they just
I
told you
don't
that
know what it. I don't know what it would
You
have
don't know?
breathed.
Oh.
Yeah, I, the player, don't know what it would breathe. I don't know if Kyla would. Like Kyla breathes lightning. She can breathe fire, but her actual main thing is actually lightning. Her fire is kind of a weaker second alternative.
She sounds like a badass bitch.
Nice. So, Rick, would Kyla know the history of that dragon?
Kyla does not know specifically which dragon this is because the Skriel aren't. It's
The rift doesn't
basically
care and opens the door.
more aligned to the artist's idea of dragon more than a particular dragon.
Yeah,
The rift doesn't
it is-
care.
It is generic dragon,
It
Just
is
like-
offensive.
just like generic dude statue. It would be
The rift
would be
doesn't
a
care
thing.
and opens the door.
But it is
I-
absolutely beautiful and magnificently well done. Generic dragon number 7.
Yes.
But it is absolutely generic dragon number 7.
Okay. Anyway, Lyris
Uh,
opened the door.
I say a prayer as we open the door again.
How are you opening the door?
With my hands.
He said the
As
door
though
is
I'm
massive.
As though I'm opening the doors to a saloon.
Are you not checking for traps first?
No, the rift doesn't care.
Okay, so Lilith is doing what now?
She's opening it like she's walking into an old-style Western tavern.
So pushing against the door.
She's assuming that the door opens inwards.
I rush towards her to try to protect her as she is doing this. Because she sounds like
That's
an
the
apple.
door open inwards.
And holds her hand outward and walks into the door and smacks it with her hand and comes to a halt before actually smacking her face on the door, which did not budge.
Does she have a broken hand now?
No, she didn't say she was fucking like charging it.
I just picture her hands being very dainty.
So does Kyla know how to open this door?
Ah, yes. Kyla knows that the door opens outward, and there's handles that are kind of built into the mustache of the dragon, where it's like almost 3D and the door. Kyla just kind of clears her throat and and the door opens.
Before I was saying no, traps, kobolds, traps.
They're not gonna trap their front door.
I would.
As the door opens the side, you can tell that there is a hallway leading away directly into the cliffside. But you can also see that there was a trap here. It was a deadfall ceiling trap, and it has been triggered, and there is a shit ton, and by shit ton I mean a shit ton of rocks in between you and the passage.
Can I pick up the trap and remains and examine them and see if they look like they were of the same quality as the bow and arrow that
No,
I picked?
You cannot pick up anything except rock.
Okay.
Is there anyone? Do we see the poor sap that triggered it, or are they buried under rock?
You wouldn't know if they were buried under the rock.
All you see is rock.
Okay.
Is anyone there? I call out.
I gotta light my torch of everlasting whatever.
Top of the rocks and get a view of the hallway, right?
Yes.
Well, that's that sounded familiar. All right.
What was
All right.
that?
Someone's washing machine.
That
So-
was the dryer.
Art is
Right.
clambering up to the top of the pile of rocks.
Yeah, Kyla would like to do that.
Oh, Kyla is going up to the tile. Okay. Go ahead and give me acrobatics, please.
Was there any response to me calling out? Is anyone there?
No,
No, just echoes. All right.
not even.
No, not even my echoes. Okay.
All right, this is what you see, Ben.
I see
Oh,
nothing.
well, no, you guys don't see anything yet, but Ben should be able to.
Beyond the environment.
Should Stream be able to see it or not?
No,
Okay.
ideally, yes. Like, stream should be able to see it, but right now, I don't. Wait, what mini is stream tied to?
None. It never is.
So who sets its visibility then?
Say that again?
Who sets its visibility then?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I just moved the screen.
Yeah, but if you can't see it, see the map, then
Oh.
you're the one streaming, so then no one else can see it.
I guess it has the general party visibility? I don't know. It normally just updates as we update.
Yeah, I'm just asking because sometimes you're not gonna all update together, and
Yeah.
now I would like it to be able to see what Ben can see, especially because we appear to have lost Ben.
Oh.
I'll clamber up after Ben.
There you go. Okay. There's not really enough room for two of you to rest.
See, now it's on stream. I guess it's not tied. Oh, because Ben is playing. Is Ben playing as a DM right now?
I think so.
So it triggers on everybody's movement but Ben's.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty, so we'll say that Kyla is like scrabbling through the rocks, trying to see if he can find a survivor or a dead body if he knows anyone or whatever. I'll try and squeeze past him into the room.
I'm behind.
I get on the rocks too, but I don't go into the room. Well, I mean, I go as far as like the threshold, but I really like scan for traps to the best of my ability and ask Kyla to do so as well.
He is back. Let him in.
I see him there. Still don't see him there. Still don't see him there. What the fuck? Oh, now I got him. Okay. Hey, Ben.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was sitting in backstage mode, just listening to you guys talk about that.
Weird. I wonder why you dropped and then I couldn't see you. That's weird.
I don't know why it dropped either.
Huh.
But all right.
But
I'm gonna blame Snagger.
Kyla's been away for 30 years. She's not really gonna really know most people here.
okay, fair enough.
I just wanted to get a better view of the main room.
You do know that what you're looking at here is the throne room.
Should the throne room generally I tend to Kyla and I'm like, this room is usually full of people, I'm guessing. Yeah?
From my memory, yes.
It's empty. There's no one here.
And I'm very like assertively saying there are probably fucking traps everywhere. Fucking kobolds.
Do not go too far into the room.
Yeah.
I'll do a perception check for traps.
I will do one as well.
I will do one as well.
Okay, before telling me what you're gonna roll, tell me what you're doing or how you're looking. What you are checking for traps.
I'm going to like scan the walls and ceiling and whatnot, looking for like hidden wires that like run trap things
I'm going
down.
to be looking at the ground for pressure plates or things that stand out apart from what I would perceive as normal to be on the ground or on the furniture.
I will focus on the ground and the knee area, scanning for tripwires, pressure plates, anything of the sort, and anything that would have been specifically brought to me by my readings.
I would not want to run into a second rockfall trap, so that's why I'm looking at the walls and see. looking for like a wire that's gonna like move or shift in something.
Lurith
drop
looks
something off.
for Lurith looks for the presence of animal droppings to try and determine if animals have been in the area and whether or not they would have set off any other traps.
Now, pretty clever.
Patterns of movement one at a time.
Okay.
Say that again.
Show me your movement. How we're going around here. One at a time. So we'll start with Kevin because you're on the top of the list here.
I am going to not go any further than here to start my initial scan, and I will scan in front of me first, up to the carpet, and then if I do not see anything, I will walk up to the threshold of the carpet and scan left and right.
All right. Who's next?
Should I make the movement or?
I will kind of just follow the left wall around, looking for signs of anything being trapped.
Okay.
Well, I've already somewhat walked into the room. I haven't reached the rug yet. But basically, I'll mirror what Kyla's doing along the right wall.
Okay.
And I'll be peeping over Fairheart's shoulder looking for animal droppings.
Okay. Alrighty, so Kyla, you are familiar enough that you know that there are a couple of kobold-sized, like small passages that come in on either side of this room that are hidden within the walls and probably have traps on their entrances as well. And you also know that there is this full-size path going out back into the mines behind the throne. And you can see that there is, of course, another rockfall trap there, which has also been triggered. So there are rocks strewn about everywhere, and that path is currently impassable. You guys could probably work to clear the rocks, but because there are some really big ones in there, you're not going to be able to get the job done completely, and it's pretty well completely blocked off right now just by smaller rubble that would be easy enough to clear.
Okay.
I want to examine the carpet and the throne to see if that looks like there are any traps on it.
All right, well, you're at the carpet. You can't really examine the throne from there.
I'll pick up the edge of the carpet.
You feel like the corners are weighted down a little bit.
Ow, I don't like that.
Would you say you're about to rug pull?
I feel like the corners are weighted down a little bit. What does it
So
give me the impression of? Like another object in life.
You don't really get the impression of anything in specific from just trying to pick up the edge of the carpet, but it feels like there is some resistance on the corners, not where you're lifting. It feels like it's moving pretty freely as you would expect a carpet to do, but that like at the edges, it's
kind of like as if there was like a small brick on each corner, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, I asked Kyla, yo, something's weird about this carpet. Come check it out.
Okay. Given my...
Meanwhile, all it is like an anti-thieving mechanism or something.
I come over and I take a look at the carpet. I'll humor him. Like it
You-
doesn't make it makes.
You notice that indeed there do seem to be small pins in the corner of the rug that are holding it down and providing a little bit of resistance against it being moved.
That
Brother
on
Bonk
one hand,
seeing
on
what the
one hand, that makes sense for like the rug not shifting around as people walking on it. On the other hand, that would make that rug a pain in the ass to clean.
Yeah.
And in a main hallway where a lot of entries would likely be happening,
would need to be cleaned on the regular, especially for a throne room.
I very gently, like a surgeon with a scalpel, begin to use my dagger to cut the carpet up the middle, going like 3-4 inches at a time.
To see what's underneath.
Take very long at all before you realize that there's a big ass hole right about there.
I'm like, well, thank you for humoring me, Kyla.
that was not there when I lived here. Where is
it
everyone?
What do you mean?
Well, there should be a lot of kobolds around here.
Oh, in character. Does it feel like a hole that's a trap or a hole that's meant to be there?
That's obviously a trap.
Right, but is it a deep trap or is it a trap with like a ladder in it or anything?
Or is it a getaway tunnel?
Do you not have eyes? Check.
That's what I'm doing.
You're talking to the BM.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was totally sounded more like it was in conversation with Kyla.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, sorry.
Does this table actually have paperwork on it?
No.
Okay, that's just an asset.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, maybe we shouldn't touch anything, guys.
I'm gonna look around the room, not mess with any of the doors.
Does the hole look deep?
It looks like it goes down farther than your light reaches.
How much rope do I have?
Just drop the shreds.
Is there a
of carpet
ladder or
down.
anything?
In
Drop
your
the shreds of carpet down.
I'm about to do a thing. Because I'm clever like that. I am going to I'm going to ask who has the best dexterity here, if I may.
that's an out, or that's a concept.
You have
that-
50 feet, and it's a tie between me and Brother Bonk.
Who tied the really good knot earlier, I meant to say.
Lurith.
I'm going to ask Lurith if she'd be willing to tie... sorry, give me a second. If she'd be willing to tie...
No, I will not tie the knot.
Okay. That's kind of cunty of you.
Hey. Fairheart is not Australian.
Fair.
Art.
He's like a
I will.
Pokemon. You said
I will tie a ration. No, I will tie a.
Tie a torch.
I don't know if I have any extra other. Yeah, I'll tie a regular ass torch -1 to the 50 feet of rope, and I will drop it down, like 1 foot at a time, meticulously, to see how.
And I'm gonna guess that as you're doing it, you just let the light of Solar show you.
I watch him drop it down.
Slowly and how meticulously.
As meticulous as a surgeon, and like 1 foot at a time.
What's a surgeon?
I figure it's gonna burn.
You figure it's gonna what?
Burn the rope.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's why I was asking how slowly you were going, is to see how far down you get with the rope being intact.
I am going 1, 3, 4 centimeters a second.
Is there a lantern in the room?
There are 4 ever-burning torches directly in between the rug and the throne.
I grab one and drop it down the hole.
As you reach towards it, your hand hits something and just stops.
What?
Yep. Huh. Hey guys, trying to grab the shiny torch thing to get more light down the hole, and there's something stopping me. Brother Bonk starts poking at the solid air.
Do we see anything in the solid air, Rick?
Nope.
Anybody have any magic to use here?
What does it feel like? Does it just feel like glass, or?
Yeah, somewhat like glass. Not like it's smooth, but not really smooth. Not really rough. Like it's almost like it's nothing, but it's just something.
I asked Brother Bonk to describe that to me, and then I'm getting pretty frustrated about it. And
Well, are you paying attention to that, or are you watching your torch go down the hole? Because I've been trying to tell you about that and keep getting interrupted.
Well, I guess I thought this was happening after I dropped my. Is this before or after I dropped my torch down the hole?
Tell you about your torch going down the hole. So you tied your torch.
Yeah.
And you're lowering it down, and you get 5 feet. You don't notice anything really weird. 10 feet. And you notice that the rope is starting to fray a little bit.
I start pulling it
faster, and you get the torch down to about 20 feet before the rope burns through.
Right.
And then after the rope burns through, the torch drops about another 10 feet that you can see, and then it seems to make contact with something because you hear a little clatter, and then it either goes out or goes out of sight because you no longer see the light from it.
About 30 feet down, chaps.
Feels like a killing hole.
Cool, 30 feet, cool. Why can't I grab this torch?
I go over to Brother Bonk and try to smash at the imaginary thing with my shield. Shield bash it.
Roll an attack.
Yep. See if this is a positive life choice or not.
Nothing's a positive life choice with you.
God damn it! Why can I never find my attack thing? Oh, here we go.
Yeah, he's back again.
Say what?
Ben is back again.
Oh, okay. Because I can't see that and the stream at the same and the thing. Okay. Hey Ben.
Hey.
Shield bash rolled a 14. Okay. Roll your damage.
How do I do the damage again? Oh, here it is. 9.
All right. So you take 4 damage as your shield reverberates, causing vibrations in the bones in your hands to climb up to your shoulder in fashion.
Okay.
The 4 torches just continue to burn.
Do I take the damage to temporary HP or regular HP?
Yeah, any damage will come from your town.
Okay.
Have them.
What do I get the impression I just did?
Have you ever taken a metal baseball bat and
hit a piece of metal
with it?
And what?
And hit like a light pole with it?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
that reverberation, that fucking that is exactly the feeling that you're getting.
I'm like, guys, this thing is pretty hard. And I go see Drusilla and I ask her to take a look at my hand and ask her if she can do anything about it.
Yeah, it was
Is there
temporary
any
hit
like
points? There's no problem.
back towards the entrance where the rockfall is? Is there like dust, rock dust that I can pick up?
Yes, you have plenty of rubble to be able to make your little kicky rucksack dream come true.
No, I forgot about that actually.
Not what she's planning.
No, I was trying to get like some rock dust or dust in general to pour over this solid air so that it could actually be somewhat visible.
Okay. You sprinkle some dust and you see that not very far above the top of where the torch flames flicker, you have a little pile of dust collecting. It's just a few inches wide, just wide enough to cover the torches, and it extends the length of all 4 of the torches all the way across. And that's it, just that little tiny area there.
And is it like a box, or is it more like sort of an elongated sort of dome?
It seems box-like, perpendicular angles, etc.
Okay.
Weird. Kyla's gonna come over here and get to work starting on this rubble. Moving some of this rubble out of the way to clear this path for us to go. Since this trap's already been triggered.
While Kyla's doing that, and before I go help, I take a fair amount of dust, making multiple trips as needed, and I sprinkle it where Brother Bonk was sprinkling it to see like how big the thingy is.
It's
like,
exactly as big as I just told you it was.
But on the other direction.
It's exactly as big as I just told you it was. It covers
It's as wide as the torches,
with a couple,
so a couple of inches wide, and then however many feet long as the torches are apart.
Oh, so sorry. It purely covers the torches. It's like a case.
Yeah.
Okay. I do what I'm doing, and I take my finger and I draw the sign of Solos on it, or I try to, in the dust.
Okay. You're wearing a glove. You don't have a great amount of surface to work with, and you're not superbly artistically inclined. So
Can I take my glove off?
That anybody who does not follow Solos would actually recognize it, but you are satisfied with having done your...
That wasn't the point of my action, though. I was just doing it first to honor my god, but also to know what it felt like.
It feels like dust.
I don't feel the thing under it at all.
There's just something solid there. It feels kind of like glass, but not really. It's not really smooth. It's not really rough. It's just kind of there and just kind of not.
Lilith sits on top of it.
And I look back. I'm like, whoa.
Okay. You have no problem hopping up on there. It has no problem supporting your weight. You don't feel extremely comfortable because it is kind of narrow. So you're not really like comfortably seated, but you don't have any kind of impressions that it's going anywhere or that your weight would be unsafe or anything like that.
Hey,
You're on
hold the rope that you lowered, hold it for me. I'm going to go down the hole.
Absolutely.
I proceed to lower myself down the hole.
Then give me 2 athletics checks, please.
Pardon?
Sharon, give me an athletics check. And Fairheart, if you're holding for her, give me an athletics check.
I didn't hear what you said.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Athletics checks for both of us.
Okay.
All right.
Be right
so
back.
we'll say 10 feet
Dinner.
worth of rope damaged where the torch burned out. So you have 40 feet left of rope. And we'll say another 10 feet of it is used in securely tying Fairheart.
So I managed to get about 20, 30 feet down.
So yeah, you can get down to about that same 30-foot mark where the light was extinguished. And you, because you are able to see well enough down there, can see that it actually does continue on down, but the trajectory kind of changed. So whereas it was 30 feet straight down, it kind of slides out, and you're not able to tell how much further it might go because it kind of curves away. But you're able to tell that that slope is going to be pretty quick. So if you were to just cut off the rope or whatnot, or let go, you would not really be able to gain a solid footing, more likely than not.
Alrighty. I call up to Fairheart. All right, back up. And
I
I'll
asked
also help.
before I bring Bonk up, I just asked him, "What did you see?" And Bonk presumably tells me that.
A slippery slide of death.
I asked Bonk if they have a rope on them.
Yes, I believe I do.
Why don't you tie your rope to my rope so that you get, if you want, so that you can maybe get a little more traction down there if you want to see what's going on.
I'm guessing that's going to be quite hard for me to do whilst hanging midair.
It wouldn't be the easiest thing you've ever done, but I don't say you couldn't do it. I would not be super happy about trusting my life to the resulting knot.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, can I see that the situation is like that as well?
Bring me back up, and then we'll tie a proper knot where I can use both ropes freely.
And I'm like, why didn't I think of that in the first place? And I bring Bonk up. Athletics. What?
That, detective, is the right question. Y'all have something like 200 feet of rope between the fucking party. Y'all keep using 50 feet.
Yeah. So let's go back up, tie up the at least 150 feet of rope.
I stop in my work and I toss the rope from my pack over, and I'm like, "Hey, we have plenty of rope. Tie it to that display."
And I have the second rope actually, so I give my second rope. So
that's why y'all have 200 rope between the party. You've got two, Bonk's got one, Kyla's got one.
Okay.
If that display is as durable as it seems, that'll probably do a better job holding the rope than we do.
Probably, but I don't want to trust Brother Bonk's life to it based on no offense, the word of someone I just met. So I go lean on the display case with my shield as hard as I can. I'm not punching it or anything. I'm just leaning on it.
Yeah, no, I get you. Okay.
And based on from when I was down there, what cardinal was the slope leaning towards? Was it leaning back up towards this way, or?
It kind of headed off towards the west immediately, but you could see that there was already some curve to it back up towards the north. So you don't know what it would have done continuing.
Alrighty. I'm going to say that to Kyla and go, do you know anything roughly in that direction that it could be leading to?
So that's top and left, right, of the map we're on right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like. Yeah, go like straight down and then off to the left and then curls up towards the top. And that's about as far as Brother Bonk is able to see.
Okay. I know the mines are are directly north. That'll lead to the access to the mines. What's Kyla's knowledge of like what's in that direction? Because a player doesn't remember what's that direction.
DM doesn't really have that part set all that well yet either.
I mean, I see the note you left on the right side of the map.
Oh yeah, you can see those. That's right.
But that's not character knowledge. So
no. Yeah, we'll say it's just like a lot of housing, storage, shit like that off to the west side.
So mines to the north, housing and storage to the west. But goodness knows this slide could loop around for all we know. All right. We've tied all the knots together in the most sort of convoluted and proper way that we know that they will not come undone.
Okay.
And probably like doubled the knots just to be absolutely certain. And I'll go and lower myself back down the hole after tying the rope around myself as well.
All right, give me athletics.
Athletics. Oh, for fuck's sakes.
did we also at least tie it? Did we also at least tie it to the display case?
Yeah.
It's all
and Fairheart was holding the rope.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely secured down, but Brother Ball
I go to lower myself and I just fall.
Swings back into the hole and goes 1, 2, 3 handfuls of rope down, and then goes for the 4th and just completely fucking misses, and had already let go with the 3rd and just starts dropping like a stone.
And I'm guessing that like I swing forward and like face plant and break my nose on the wall.
I need a reflex.
Reflex. Alrighty.
One.
15.
All right. Fall for 30 feet, and you land flat on your back, although you're not completely flat because that surface, as we said earlier, was kind of sloped. Because you had already inspected it, you knew how to like angle yourself in a way so that you landed, and it hurt, but it didn't do any like injury to you.
Yeah, I'm just a bit winded for a moment.
But now you're sliding. Give me another reflex.
Oh, fun. Same roll.
As you're sliding, kind of being whipped around side to side, almost like you feel yourself going up on the left side, like you kind of envisioned you would have from what you were able to see. And then as you kind of get to the point where you weren't able to see anymore, it just continues and it keeps swirling around, and you feel that the rope is underneath you, and so you're able to kind of get yourself finagled and turned around a little bit while you're sliding. And you're able to reach up with just one hand and get a hold of the rope. And once you do, you hold on for dear life because you have already started accelerating real fucking fast. And it takes you, once you gain hold, about another good 8-10 feet before you're able to actually get yourself slowed down to a stop. And you are going to take 5 damage from the fall, and then 8 from stopping yourself like that. So a total of 13 non-lethal damage that'll come to you, obviously temporary first. But you are now you can't be certain because of the speed that you were at, and you didn't put in any way on the ropes to really mark your spot. But you guess you're probably about 80 feet below the 30-foot the spot where you land.
Okay.
And you hear water below you.
And I hear water below me. Alrighty, well, I have my torch of ever-burning light. Is there marks on the walls or anything to show that, like, it was specifically smoothed, or is this like a really rough tunnel with like gravel and stuff?
Pretty smooth. It seems to be made so that anybody who ends up at the bottom of that 30-foot shaft has a hell of a ride to get to the bottom of wherever the rest of this goes.
Alright, I carefully... how steep is it? Like, would I be able to get up and walk? Or is it like I pretty much need to scooch on my ass?
You're pretty much going to be pulling yourself up the rope with the aid of the walls, even if it was not as steep. Like the tunnel itself is not big enough for you to stand up in. Like,
okay.
It's not a tight fit around you or anything, but it's Die Hard air vent.
Yeah. Alrighty. I'll continue scooching my way down to try and go as far as the rope will let me.
Okay, you're continuing downward. Okay.
Yep.
And did you say you pulled out your ever-burning torch?
To see what I'm going for? Yeah, because it's not actually burning, it's just light, isn't it?
Yeah, the ever-burning torch is just light.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about like it burning or anything. However,
Brother Bonk has dark vision.
Brother Bonk
I do?
has dark vision, so you really don't need
Never mind about the torch then. I forgot about that.
I was confused. Like, the torch is there for you to help others with, not because you...
Brother Bonk's vision in the dark is better than my vision. My character's vision in the dark, so...
Cool. Never mind about the torch then. I'll just continue scooching down to see what I can see as far as the rope will let me.
Okay. You continue inching your way down much more safely this time, paying special attention to footing and handholds and not letting go of the rope until your next hand is securely in place. You manage to continue to head down, and you notice right about the time you get to the end of the third rope that where you were hearing water, you're now suddenly starting to see a little bit of natural light coming through, and you kind of smell and feel the familiar mist very similar to what you were experiencing as you were traveling down the cliffside to get to the entrance.
Can I see the source of the sound of water?
No, you're still inside the tunnel.
Oh, okay. Continue.
Okay, so you easily get to the edge of the tunnel, and where it exits the wall, there is no kind of marking, no kind of foothold, no kind of anything, as if this entire endeavor, this entire tunnel, was designed specifically to unceremoniously dump people from in front of the king to out of the fucking caverns and into the waters below. Congratulations. You are probably one of very few people who has ever actually seen the site from this end of the tunnel, for more than a millisecond. And you kind of, you grok that concept. You get what it's doing here. What you see in front of you, however, is kind of amazing, because the mist down here, and now at this point you can see that there is a body of water not too far below you, probably another 20, 30 feet down. And it's a relatively significant body of water. Across from you, like in the middle of it, is an island. And rising out of this island is the single biggest building that you have ever seen in your entire life. It just dwarfs all of the temples you've studied at. Any of the magnificent creations that you have seen are just completely made to look like anthills by this thing. And it is a purely perfect, almost cylindrical, just behemoth rising from this little tiny island up into the sky as far as you can see, and even farther until it fades away into the mist. And from underneath, you just kind of barely see the shadow of something large looming overhead.
There's something large looming overhead, and considering where we are, is it feasible for me to put two and two together to think the large flying thing we saw in the distance before might be this creature?
You don't have that impression. The shadow is not moving. It's just
the shadow's not moving.
mass,
Alright.
and it looks like it is atop the spire that is rising. Like it's the cylindrical nature of the spire just goes up and up and up and up and up and up and up until it fades into the mist. But then you can see that right on top of where it would be, if you could see there's something even bigger.
Okay. Now, when you say that, like, this is exiting outside, like, is this still inside, like, because we're really deep underground, technically, or at least I was, or at least I thought I was. Is this like a huge cavern with a huge spire in it with a large underground lake, or are we, like, literally outside with the sky and stars and whatnot?
If it weren't for the mist, you could see the sky. But you are farther down the cliffs in the Bay of Mist. You kind of have an understanding of where you are. You are just basically a lot further down from where you entered into the caverns.
Okay, cool. And the water, does it look deep, or does it look sort of shallowish?
You can't really get a great read on the depth of the water, mostly because of the amount of mist in between. Like, you can tell where it is because you can get glimpses of the surface, but you can't really get a good look at the surface.
Okay, so it's actually quite a bit fairway beneath me.
Yeah, it's like 20, 30 feet below you, but there's a lot of mist in between you and it.
Do I have enough rope to lower myself down to like the shore?
Yes. Yeah, actually you do.
All right, I would like to lower myself down to the shore.
How
Okay.
is Brother Bonk controlling the rope?
What?
How is Brother Bonk controlling the length of the rope?
I had it all on me.
Oh, you mean it was all wrapped around you? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, you are able to work your way down to the water. What do you do with that? You are currently kind of in repelling stance. There is no beach or anything like that. The water comes straight up to the cliffside. So,
Okay, so there's no beach, no shore. Now that I'm closer, can I see like if I were to encourage the others just to be like, no, just take the slide, don't bother climbing, just fucking yeet yourself down. Would they land with like fairly harmlessly in the water, or would they probably kill themselves?
most of the party, you imagine, would probably be fine. However, there is one heavily laden loaf that
that is wearing heavy armor, and yeah, so he would
I mean,
need to take his armor off
like,
or summon a boat or something. Yeah. Alrighty. I'll clamber back up the rope and back up the tunnel and back up to my compadres.
Okay. So in the hour that it takes for her to get back up, what is everyone else doing?
I
Well,
am.
Kyla was working on clearing rubble.
I'm pretty sure I was holding the rope.
All right, Lurith.
The moment that I'm back in the tunnel, I'll probably start calling like, pull up, sort of thing, hoping it'll echo up to Fairheart where he can hear and go, oh, okay, cool.
Well, Drusilla is going to come over and aid Kyla.
Lurith is out talking to the neighbor at the moment.
Yeah, I noticed that the chair was empty. All right, so the passageway to the north will be clear by the time that Brother Bonk gets back up top.
Should be a book called Brother Bonk's Adventures.
Well, it's mostly just because Brother Bonk is the best one for this sort of thing. Athletic and acrobatic.
No, I know. It's just hilarious because the crit fails and the survivals. And Bonk's personality. I very much enjoy it.
Yeah. Yeah. If it wasn't Brother Bonk, I would have to be the one on the rope because no one else has the spread.
I feel like Brother Bonk is doing it with enthusiasm.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
This is very much his sort of, like, not quite forte, but getting there.
He's in his wheelhouse.
Mm.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah.
So during the break where everybody kind of scattered, I took a look in the main book, trying to figure out how focus spells work.
Uh-huh.
So
you have up to 3 focus points.
You have 1 focus point.
Yeah, I know, but I mean up to 3, because like most focus spells when you get also add 1 focus point to your pool. But
Yes.
if you have 3 and you get one of those, you still only have 3. That's what I mean
Yeah.
by it.
Yeah, but I was also looking up like how to recover them because that breath weapon cooking thing. I was going to use my my focus spell clause to cook it instead, but I decided that 10 minutes between 1 minute uses wasn't long enough to cook up pheasant.
Okay. Yeah, so basically if you take a 10-minute rest, and I'm going to keep that at 10 minutes, since it is the same amount of time between Galil and Earth or Golaron. Then you focus point, and then there are ways to extend that to be 2 or for that minute rest.
Yeah.
So basically, we're going to keep the 10-minute rest as is. Short rest is going to be 2 hours, and long rest, I think we're just going to
Play by ear.
Of probably at least 8 hours where everyone gets 6 hours sleep and 2 hours watch. As a minimum or something like that. Something along those
Yeah.
lines.
Yeah. Wonder while we're waiting, can I add a character to this?
What? You crazy?
All right, come on. Neighbor can come back in an hour.
Yeah, what?
Just Stephen being gone.
Mm.
Anyway, so yeah, when I eventually get back up, I see that you guys have managed to clear the path, and I tell you guys about the spire in the lake and describe that to Kyla, and ask Kyla, do you know of this landmark?
Yes.
All right, let me close these things I was messing with while we were on break. Okay. Okay. I'm glad you have faith I can pronounce that, Rick. I'll do my best.
I will be right back. I need to use the bathroom.
Okay, I will wait until I get the information from Rick.
Roger that. Roger that.
Until you
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, there he is.
Oh no.
Welcome back. All right. Do
Okay,
you have
what did I
everything
miss?
you need now, Ben?
All right. So Brother
We're not
Bunk
waiting
came
for
up.
Kevin.
Oh, I didn't realize Kevin
Yeah,
had.
what did I miss? There was a massive spire.
Yeah, massive spire in the lake. I lowered myself to the water's surface to see about the depth. We determined that everyone would be able to slide safely down except Fairheart, because Fairheart is dragging metal weights on him, so he would go straight to the bottom and walk on the lake's lake on the lake floor. So I've slowly clambered back up. It's taken me an hour. In that hour, they've cleared the rubble from the Northern Passage, and I was just going to Kyla, hey, so this is what I saw down there. Do you reckon? Do you know this landmark? And she was about to say yes and tell me what that landmark is. But then you and Kevin, well, you walked away, and then Kevin was like, while we're waiting, Kevin's like, yeah, I'm gonna go to the loo. I'll be right back. So now you're
Now we're
back,
just
and
waiting Now we're just waiting on Kevin.
Yep.
I got the info that I can share.
And I've been writing the what's happened during this adventure.
And thank you for that.
And for a moment there, I was thinking that is this hole in the floor just a false flag? And we're just wasting time.
Then I could have all sleep for 2 hours. Then I slept for 2.5 more hours. I got 4.5 hours sleep. So this should bring my schedule back to normal. Like I'm passing out here. Yeah, it's literally happening right now. Bring it down. Ground floor. Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Nice.
Were we taking a broader break?
No.
No, the neighbor knocked on the door.
I missed all that.
All right.
All right.
So, Brother Bonk came up, asked me what that is, and Sheath F. Kor. It's a monument that the dwarves and the dwarves and the Skriel built together as a celebration of their alliance 330,000 years ago. It was built.
Does it
It's,
have any entrances?
There's kids' rumors, yes, but I mean, those are kids' rumors, like school ground bullshit. It's shaped like a warhammer, and there's no good way to get to it anymore.
Well, that's what's at the end of the slippery slide. Everyone except probably Fairheart could go down safely because of the lake. Fairheart would probably just have to walk on the bottom of the lake, learn how to breathe the water.
Yeah, the hole seems like it to me. Like it's just a way to shunt people out of here. Maybe get them to drown themselves.
It could also be the best pathway to infiltrate with the lower risk of traps, though.
Infiltrate where? You're going to a deserted island in the middle of a lake at the bottom of a canyon.
But how do we know there is not somewhere we could climb up or otherwise use
Seeing
to...
anyone in our way.
Drusilla says, hey, Metalhead, why don't you just turn around and look out those big red doors?
I'm like, okay, what's your point?
As you look out the doors, you see that perfectly aligned with where the doors were set in, so that if you were the king sitting on the throne, you would have the absolutely perfect view out the doors of the massive Warhammer head just looming out of the mists, which are constantly coming up from beneath it and swirling around with it. And there's just a magnificent picturesque sight. And you see the point of the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. It's strictly a monument. I mean, if there is an actual secret space inside the monument, like you'd have to probably destroy the monument to get in, and I ain't doing that.
Right.
And I'll tell you what, I'm not swimming to that island either.
Probably a decent idea.
We've gotten the pathway north dealt with. I want to see if there's any survivors, because these are, or at least were, my people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I'm like, but they're kobolds. Are they really people?
Brother Bog just nudges Fairheart, going, "That's cruel."
Well, you saw what they just did to our home, my home.
I don't respond to what Fairheart just said about them not being people, and just climb in to see the next to see what I can see through the next hallway.
Before we go on, could you tell me the spelling of that monument?
SHITH space EFQOR. QOR.
Okay.
And very good on the pronunciation. It was very close. It's Shift F core.
Shift F core.
Almost
Sounds
like
like a keyboard shortcut.
I love it. Ah.
apparently there's a joke in there that I don't even get, and I wrote it. But I love it. Happy
Well,
play-
isn't Shift F4 like a?
No, that's Alt F4.
Oh, damn it! You should have changed the name so it was like Alt F core. Just exit. King's command. You're out. Quit. Leave.
Now I really want to do a fantasy world where the pathway out is called Alt F4. It's spelled in a very fantasy style.
Damn. Oh well, never mind.
All right, so Kyla was definitely in the lead. How's everyone following?
I'm pretty begrudgingly doing this, so I don't know. I'll fall into file.
Yeah, I'm in the rear after having recoiled up the ropes and unknotted them and yada yada yada.
I'll go up the front.
All right, and now
Sort of kindred spirit with her because she's in some place that she used to call home. I'm away from home, so I'm going to clean that from the
I need height and weight. Go down the list. Kyla,
Yes.
height and weight.
Kyla is 5'6", when standing upright, and weighs 236 pounds.
Okay. Lurid.
5'2", and we're going to say 60 kilos, which 60 kilos in pounds, 135.
Okay. Fairheart.
I'm apparently 6'3", 221.
Okay. Lurith again. No. That is Drusilla.
I like how it's 2'2". I'm just updating that. 2'2".
Do I have her height? We'll make her 5'9". And 1/3. That's reasonable, right?
Yeah. Well, anorexically reasonable, yes.
Well, she's an elf.
Yeah,
Oh, right. Yeah.
and like 5'2". So
Perfectly
Tiny.
reasonable then.
And Brother Bonk.
5'11", 200 pounds.
All right.
He's a chunky bro.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Kyla, as the lead member, what are you doing?
Slowly advancing, keeping my eye out for any sign of somebody around or used to be around, and trying not to go too fast because I want to make sure I don't accidentally trigger a trap or something.
Okay. Give me a perception check. Alrighty, you notice as you come past that last deadfall, that directly in front of you at about 4 feet, there is another tripwire. And you are able to follow it up and see that it is another deadfall. This one looks to be a single massive stone rather than a pile.
Okay. Who has the best crafting skill?
Not me.
Mine's a 6.
Okay, 0.
+1.
See.
Okay, it looks like I'm probably the best person to actually disarm this thing.
Well, just check mine to make sure I'm not better for some odd. +0. Okay.
Oof. Okay.
Wait, instead of
guess
disarming, couldn't we just hit it with something?
If it's one big boulder, it might block this tunnel off completely.
Fair point.
I'd rather. I mean, it's 4 feet above the ground. We could just duck under it, but we'd have to remember that it's here on the way out to make sure that no one tricks it. That might be the better option, actually.
I think that is the better option.
Let's mark it with chalk.
I don't wait for agreement. I sneak under it and move forward.
I mark
I
it
will
with
do
chalk on both sides.
I will do the same. Just duck under it and.
All right, we got chalk marks heard.
Okay. Don't go too far, Lareth.
Yeah, that is actually too far because, again, who is leading?
Lareth's
Kylo was.
Lareth slipped ahead of me while we were chalking. So.
Okay. Yeah, you went up to there. Which, okay, you're good. All right. Yeah, actually, we're gonna slide into not official initiative order, but into initiative order, just so that we're good. Okay, so everyone is now past.
Considering all the slips Brother Bonker's had, he's like super careful stepping over it.
Under.
Well, over the tripwire, under the rock.
No, under the tripwire.
Oh, under the tripwire. Oh, okay. So it's not actually a trip wire, so to speak. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. It's made so that a kobold who they top out at 2'2" max.
Yeah.
So they can just walk under it perfectly fine and ignore it. Whereas anything bigger. All right.
All right. So. Okay. I guess Kylo lead the way.
Okay, I'll take point again. Just slowly working my way up.
Okay, Lareth will follow. And then. Okay, I need perceptions from everyone.
Perception.
All right. Everybody is able to the beam that's across this corner here. Everybody notices the beam that is set up across that hallway there at about 6 foot tall. So the gentlemen have to duck under it, but no.
Fucking kobolds, I mutter.
All right. Perception checks from everyone.
They're already in.
No,
That was for one thing. This is for another.
Right. Oh, bonk. Another one.
Fair heart, both me and Fair heart are
critical
just like
fail.
crit fail. We were
Nice.
concentrating too much on the beam.
Isla is in front and notice that pressure plate in the middle of the turn here.
Say that again?
I said, aren't you glad that you're not going first? Because Kyla is, and she did notice the pressure plate.
Ah, yes, that is a good thing.
Mhm.
Okay. Can we step
so-
around?
The chalk.
This
Can
bend,
we step around?
Bring it out, shoot that.
yeah, you can easily avoid it. You just have to know to avoid it.
Marking it with chalk.
Yep.
Can we? Do we auto see what we marked with chalk on the way out, or do we have to?
I'm putting it on the map, so it'll be up to you if you remember what the marks mean.
Okay, cool. I just don't see them on the map.
Oh, you don't?
Not on the stream one.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, there's these little circles on some
Oh
of the
God,
hexes.
yeah. Okay, now yeah, I do. Sorry.
Okay.
All right, so we avoid that. We round the bend, and you see 3 guest rooms, 2 on the left side, 1 on the right. You see a little bit of rubble. Well, I guess y'all can't see it yet because you haven't moved your tunes into position.
I'm like
Sorry.
the door of each the God bleh. The entry one to each one of these is probably fucking trapped. I suddenly get very dark and I say, I want to get a live kobold and use it to disarm these traps.
I'm meant to be at the back. Come on, guys, move your peoples up.
Earhart, move.
Oh, I'm in the back, aren't I?
I'm in the back.
There's
Oh.
nobody in front of you because everyone else has moved.
Oh wait, I'm trying to move it on the wrong fucking screen. No wonder it's not moving.
I got
I'm
you.
Thank you. I'm watching the other screen. That's why I'm having trouble following along the main one. Thank you, Ben.
Is that Lurith that I'm looking at in front of me?
Yeah.
Lurith, move.
All
There's
right.
a massive delay between the stream screen and this one.
Mhm.
Okay.
Now that we can see it, we have a hallway that leads relatively straight away in front of you, and you have 2 doors on the left and 1 on the right. They seem as if they might be the doors to something like bedrooms or guest quarters or something like that.
No. It is the Tudor Saga.
Are they human-sized or kobold-sized?
They are human-sized. Good question.
These are probably guest rooms, folks.
Yeah, that's what they are.
Might as well
Wow.
check inside to see if there are any survivors. What?
Don't
No.
jump, Brother Bond.
I'm gonna knock on the door and say, housekeeping.
You hear your knocks and then no response.
I try the handle.
Why?
Okay, which way?
Out.
No, there's like a regular door handle in front of you. Turn left
Up.
or turn right.
That's a no.
While Lurif's doing that, I go to another door and
He's
try to bash
confused
in.
about these door apparatus. He doesn't encounter too many of these in the forest.
While Lurif
I
is
don't
doing
understand
that,
how that works.
I try to bash another door in with my shield because I'm like, what the fuck? It's probably trapped.
Well, go to your door. Don't just stand there and talk shit.
Okay.
While they're doing that, I'm going to go to the corner and look up this other passage. This
There's
next
just-
passage forward.
Continues rattling the handle.
But I'm not going to go any further than that.
Do I roll attack, Rick?
Ben, you see that it extends for quite a while off into the distance, and yeah, I don't think you're actually going to see any details of it yet.
No.
Okay, so you are attacking this door.
Yes, sir.
Are you trying to shield bash, or are you trying to like chip away at it? Like
Shield bash.
Okay, so you're trying to go
I'm
through.
going to try to shield bash offset to where the hinges would be, which would be, I presume, on the right, given that it looks like it's opening.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fine, but don't go based off of these because they're really shitty tiles that I just had to use because I couldn't find anything better. But
So-
yeah, roll your shield bash.
Yep.
Okay, you have no problem hitting the door. Roll damage. All right, you line yourself up. You kind of brace your right foot against the rocks that have fallen so that you can get some additional leverage out of it. And you just kind of hoist yourself up and use gravity, your own body weight, and all of that goddamn fucking metal you're wearing to just drive all of that force into the door handle. And it just flies open. And what you see inside is
I'm not going in yet.
I just had to move you to be
Okay.
able to see. It's a beautiful, well-appointed guest room that looks like it's been abandoned for years.
I'm going to go bash in the door that Lurith is doing, and then go bash in the other one with my shield.
You're gonna let other people have a turn?
Oh, yes, I am. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Lurith, did you turn the knob left or right?
I'm still rattling with it. I don't know how they work.
You do. You've been in a castle.
The doors were open for me. Lurith looks to Fairheart and goes, "How do these things work?"
I don't say anything, and whenever it's my turn, I walk over and bash the door in.
I go and take a look. When he goes to do that, I go and take a look inside the room that he just opened.
Lurith just stands there confused, going, "What? This isn't reusable?"
Kevin, give me another shield dash.
Yes.
Brother Bonk goes up, pats her on the shoulder, turns his head to the last door, indicating, like, follow me, I'll show you.
I'm
As
like,
if it's a perfectly reasonable thing not to know how to open a door.
I take up the, like, I'm so sexy pose as I do it, and then bash it.
And I proceed to open the door by twisting the handle clockwise.
Clockwise.
Shall I roll damage, Rick?
Yes, go ahead and roll your damage. You bash the door, and it flies open. And on the other side of the corridor, the reasonable ones turn the handle and open the door, and both of you at the same time open the doors and see inside that these seem to be there we go. Some well-appointed guest rooms that appear to have been disused for years.
What's that chain on the ground in the middle there?
What chain?
The one I'm in front of. There's like this weird metal thing next between the bed and the commode.
Visually, it's a mace. In game wise, it's just a decorative clutter from the tile set.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. You're zoomed in so far to see that I didn't even know that was there.
I'm not even going into the rooms.
Okay, Lurith, did you just do what you just did?
Yes, I went into the room.
Okay.
Had a look around.
All right. As soon as you stepped here, the door that Fairheart blew off of its hinges, it completely blown inward, and an actual good quality door slams in place behind, and the room starts to fill with water.
Isn't Fairheart in the hall, though? He said he wasn't entering the rooms.
Yeah, I'm not entering any rooms.
Okay, so you're still on the outside. Oh, so it's just Lurith that's in there. Okay. But, all right, so, Fairheart, I want your reaction as what you had just destroyed a fucking door, and all of a sudden, exactly where that was, with the girl that you're falling for on the other side, there is now another door that is slammed in your face, and you're not even sure where it came from.
So I don't have time to roll a reflex check or anything like that? Before it closes on her? Because that would inform my action.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's a good question. Ben, what do you think on that one? Because he's not the one who set anything off. He was doing something else.
I would say it would be 2 rolls. A dexterity check to see if he was flat-footed by something happening really, really quick, and then the check to see if he can react in time to do it. That's how I would do. That's how I would do it if I were DMing this the session.
Fuck it. Okay, we'll do this. Encounter. Start encounter. Roll an initiative check. If you get better than 15, then you can act before the door closes.
Okay. That's a nat 20.
That's 15, so now you have...
Do I roll a second D20 though for that, or not?
I need one word out of your mouth next. In or out.
What do you mean in or out?
In or out. One word.
I presume in? Oh, okay. I mean, my shield is going in. I am not. I'm trying to brace the door of my shield as I see it closing.
I think the door is like dropping down or something. Doing that might just break your arm. Or sever your arm, I'm not sure.
If I drop my shield at the bottom? Like my shield is what, like 4 feet wide, right? So if I like,
what he's saying is that it'll close with such vigor that it'll just snap the shield in half and your arm with it.
Even if I lay flat down on the ground and like extend my arm with the shield in it, the force would be distributed along the length of the shield, right? Not the top.
Yeah, so, but you only have a split second to act before the door is in place. So
right, I'm just going up the base. I'm just going off the basis of a nat 20 is all.
Nat 20 means you're fast enough to get it regardless of what's happening.
Right.
Roll another 20.
Now I'm trying to figure out what to do next.
But the matter is, I asked you whether your reaction was in or out. You got the reaction.
Right, but I would never have gone in, is what I'm saying. I'm out. I'm not going in. If anything, I would try to intervene with my shield.
But that's not an option to you.
Oh, it's not an option to me. Oh, I see. Well, then I'm in.
Don't have enough time.
Okay, now I understand what you're saying. I'm going in. Yes. If that's what you meant, yes, I'm going in.
Okay, so as I was saying, it is Kevin and Lurith in the room. Door is sealed, and it starts to fill with water. Not super quickly. It's only rising just barely starting to pool immediately.
I try to bash the door.
Everybody else, roll initiative.
Including Lurith?
Yes. She is a buddy else, right?
Yeah.
And including me as well, or did I just? No, I just asked.
I already have yours, although I do need another 20 from you.
You need another what?
Plain D20.
Yeah. Oof.
Are these doors actually wood?
Yes,
Okay.
because otherwise, the way I described Fairheart breaking the shit out of them would not work very well.
Okay.
That is not the right one. Where in the fuck is my... There we go. Initiative tracker.
I know that after Fairheart, I'll be going first. I'll be doing a martial kick on the door to try and.
Did we
crash it back.
confirm that the new door was made out of wood?
Yes.
Did not ask about the new door.
Yeah, that's
Ah.
why I was asking before you did your martial kick. I think Rick just said a high quality door fell down.
Drusilla, Brother Bonk.
I'm just saying maybe someone should look at the door.
I still think Brother Bonker, the first reaction would be, shit, they're trapped inside, hit.
I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I half had a thought of trying to lightning breath weapon the door, but I second thought myself now that I've been given time to think. Somehow I don't think lightning breath weapon into room filling with water is a good idea.
It's
No.
fine, bro. It's fine.
Correct on that.
It's fine. He's only wearing metal armor.
No, but your fire breath weapon may actually be alright. At least to weaken it.
The fire breath weapon
Yeah.
only does 2d4, so it's weaker. If the door's made out of new doors made out of wood, maybe. If it's not, probably ain't gonna actually do much.
Well, if you can weaken the area where it's affixed, like around hinges and stuff, then yeah. Be right back.
Okay.
Where the fuck is Drusilla?
In the over by the pressure plate.
No, that's Lilith.
No. This
No.
pressure plate.
Ah, there we go. The one that we didn't trip.
Yep.
Wait, I didn't get all the doors? Oh no, I was missing one. I was gonna get them all.
Bonk got this door open by just turning the knob.
But see, I'm not actually bashing down the doors out of like anger or anything. I don't want to get caught in a trap, and I feel like this would be the better way to do it.
Mm.
But I don't know.
How to trap partner?
Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm. Honestly, I don't have an explanation for the replacement door there. You just caught me off guard by completely destroying that door because you're 100% right. That got you. That there was a fucking gold star on this trap. So, yeah, retconning. And yeah, the water started because Laura still hit the pressure plate, but because the door was destroyed, like originally it was going to slam back and fucking lock, but there's no fucking door. So the hinges slam back into place very loudly, and a bar drops across the door that's not there. So it would have been barred and not allowed you to. But instead, you guys just kind of watch as the water that is coming in ineffectually just splooshes out into the corridor.
I look at Lurf and I'm like, you're welcome.
I didn't want to encourage it, but damn it, it was right.
Yeah, it was.
You don't fuck with traps. Just, yeah. That's all I gotta say.
So just for the benefit of Brother Bonk, it was not a new door. It was the hinges that slammed back because the door was no longer there.
In this meta, Brother Bonk just punched the air because there's an imaginary door there for a second.
Just came up, martial kick, and then just flew through.
Yeah. Kevin, because the door wasn't there. Like, you kicked with such ferocity. On the other side, Kevin's just like, what the fuck was that? Because all he hears is just tank off of his armor. Sees a green foot appear out of nowhere.
I'm like, well, that was a kick in the ass. Well, we should probably inspect the source of the water, but check for other traps while we do so, don't you think, Lurith?
We should probably plug wherever the water's coming from. So that
I
you
can't
don't
hear what
fall down
Lurith is
that
saying.
tunnel.
Lurith was saying that you could always plug the source of the water. So
I
So
yell
just
back to
fill with
Lurith.
water.
I
Do you have
could not.
any, do you have any donuts? We could use?
I'm like, I could not be fucked about this cobalt cavern flooding, so you guys can do that.
Well, we're in the town, the cavern.
Can't hear.
speak louder and enunciate.
It's because my microphone's muted because there's an echo.
Okay.
I forgot what I was going to say.
You
I don't
said
believe.
we are in the caverns, and
Yes, we're in the cabin, and I don't wish to drown in a cabin.
Stick with me and you won't drown, babe.
With all the mist around, they have to have plenty of ways to that's outside. They have to have plenty of ways to drain water. So we could probably just ignore this particular trap.
All right, I walk out of the room. I'm not taking the lead anymore.
No one asked you to.
Okay. Well, all these rooms seem unused. Like, for years. Rick?
Yep.
Okay.
I thought you were recapping, not verifying. Sorry.
Once the others have gone through. Oh, sorry.
All right, let's go a little bit further.
Once the others have gone through, I want to rifle through all the rooms, like looking to see if there's anything in them, anything good, and I'll just like destroy anything on my path with my shield as necessary.
Your inner moto hobo tendencies are coming out.
I mean, why would I show regard for the property of the people who just genocided my people?
Hardly a genocide when one person died.
One too many, sir. One
He's
too many.
got the attitude of a certain.
I'm going to move down the hall. Take a look at what's over here.
All right. As you come up to where it splits off, you can see a very obvious pit trap in front of you.
Okay.
And off to the right, as you come around the bend, or not around the bend, but to the bend, you see this is a massive kitchen area. And
I
it
enter
also appears to be in kind of havoc. There's a lot of decomposed meat that's just kind of strewn about. There are knives left on tables, still dirty. There are pots with sauces that were, it looks like, maybe in the midst of being prepared and just left.
Brother Bonk walks into the kitchen and is like sad, going, "No, the bacon. Oh, this was meant to be a bechamel. Oh no, this is a catastrophe."
How long would you say this kitchen's been abandoned?
Do I have a fun enough?
Similar period of time to the guest rooms that you have already explored.
Okay, so years.
Years.
Well, we're not seeing meat.
So,
we're seeing bones, maybe with dead mold.
Yeah. Fairheart.
Yes.
Give me a perception for the room you are in.
Okay. Why am I so bad at finding perception?
Because we have low perception?
Because you're inside a suit of armor.
That was a nat 1.
Okay. You look around the room that you are in intently, and you decide that you are in a field.
I'll look again.
You already destroyed everything in here. There's nothing else to look at. I have 2 other guys, though.
Can I admire the fruits of my destruction?
I mean, you can if you want to waste time.
No, I'm good. I'll go to the next room.
Drusilla is going
How are you going to get into the next room if you're in a field?
up and joining the
He's gone mad.
and Lurith is
Kyla turns around, goes here, and waits for others to catch up.
Is Lurith just escorting Fairheart as he there's this
Trying to.
Okay.
He's being belligerent as per normal.
I'm not. I'm not being
Go
belligerent.
Give me your fucking perception.
Yeah. Perception.
The feeling when she rolls better on the die than you rolled with your bonus.
The struggle is real.
All right, you summarily destroy everything in the room, and Lurith, you happen to notice in his flurry of oblivion that there is a big old spider web over in this corner, and it had a couple of really big, hungry-looking spiders in it. But as Fairheart turned himself into a whirlwind, they decided that discretion was the better part of valor, and they just kind of fucked off out of there.
I'm glad that my spidery friends managed to survive.
That's
You, Tom.
pretty much the reaction that I expected. Fuck no, she's not telling you to kill them when she's glad they're surviving.
I'm not saying she doesn't. Is she telling me about them at all? That they were there?
No,
Okay.
she just smiles, but you think it's for the wrong reasons.
All right. I go do my thing in the final room.
Love it. All right, perception check on your way to the next one.
Perception.
Lurith notices some
A
holes,
door.
in front of the door in the floor.
Okay.
Does Lurith tell me about them?
I can't speak for Lurith.
I go, those don't look like boreholes from insects.
All right, and this is the one door that still exists because it was not destroyed.
Yeah,
Can
I opened it like a civilian.
Yes, you opened it, and when you left, it is closed.
Can we look closer at the holes?
You don't know anything about the holes.
Oh, I thought
No,
Lurith
I just said they don't look like boreholes from insects.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can take a look at the holes.
I'd like to inspect the holes.
Okay, you see a bunch of roughly quarter-sized holes. Probably say 30, 35 of them. And as you peer intently at them and you kind of move your torch around, you can see a slight metallic reflection inside of them.
Spikes!
Can I use my knowledge of general lore to try to figure out what the metal is, or would that not be applicable?
You don't think that it particularly matters what metal they're made out of.
I take my dagger out and I start digging into one of the holes, trying to get like my dagger under the metal.
I think it's a literal spike trap.
How to Lose a Hand by Fairheart.
You slide your dagger down into the hole, but you're not able to get that kind of fine movement to really get anything to happen because your dagger itself is just about the same size as the hole, which is also taken up by something else in there. So you really don't have any kind of area to move.
Does the end feel pointy?
Yes.
I believe it's a spike trap, and I try to disarm it. Actually, no, I don't try to disarm it. Fuck that. I throw. I move back and I throw my grappling hook at it.
The holes?
Yeah, up the ground.
Okay, roll your attack against the ground.
My like an unarmed attack, or
Is there a wire going across like head height?
Grappling hook.
True, I'm not bad.
I don't have a grappling hook attack. I don't even know how to do that.
You do have a grappling hook, but I don't know how to do the attack on a grappling hook.
Also, I don't understand what you're even trying to do with the grappling hook. If your dagger didn't fit into the holes, your grappling hook's not going to.
I was thinking it might be a pressure plate, but then I realized that was stupid. But I guess I can't undo my action yet.
I mean, you can.
Kevin,
I mean, do you have a shovel? You'd be better off digging.
it's a stone floor. Kevin,
Yes.
Kevin, where is the spike trap located?
On the ground,
In front of?
a door,
So the trigger is probably
either on the floor or in the middle of the door. Wait. No?
the trigger is probably on the door. Since it's directly in front of the door.
I put my hand on Fairheart's shoulder and say, Solus does challenge us, doesn't he?
I say on a daily basis, without noticing the attempt at humor. I'm glad you're finally seeing the light. So, in what state is this door right now? Like, Brother Bonk opened it, but it's
It's closed.
It's one
Okay.
back closed.
You know what? It's open. And it opens.
I turned
inward.
it clockwise. Try turning it anti-clockwise.
I'm gonna. Oh, the tripwire would be on the other side of the door. I'm gonna.
Ladies first.
I'm gonna kick the door.
Shield bash it.
No, I don't need to shield because that'll push me forward. I'm just gonna kick it. Just to try to kick it open. I'm gonna kick the lower part of the door, mind you.
Okay, are you kicking it like you're trying to kick a door in your house open, like you just got your hands full and you're going to bed, or are you kicking it like you're the police trying to get to the other side of that door?
Depending upon my perceived my perception of the weight of the door and my desire to swing it completely open, that's how hard I'm kicking.
The weight of the door and how it swings is informed by the fact that you already blew 2 of them off their fucking hinges.
How easy was it to blow them off their hinges?
You did it, so you tell me.
I kick to the degree where I know I won't be fucking falling forward unless I really fuck up.
So like the police, but not like striding forward.
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You raise your leg, and with a powerful thrust, you plant the bottom of your boot firmly on the door, intending to push it open, and you push yourself back a little bit.
Huh.
Okay, so your boot's not enough.
All right, I'll shield bash it. Fuck it. I'll just shield bash the fucking thing.
All right, roll your shield bash.
Gotta disarm the trap for the other good people.
Okay, roll your damage. All right, your shield takes 2 points of damage.
Okay. So that's down to 28.
And the door shatters like all the other ones did. And inside you see a well-appointed room that looks like it has been unused for years.
And nothing pops out of the ground?
No.
Interesting. Now I'm just curious. Without
The
going
holes, you said that there was like 30 odd. Are they in a line or are they in like a grid?
More like a grid.
Like a grid. Okay.
Can I yell over at Kayla and ask her to come over?
Yo.
Yeah, this thing looks unsafe. I don't want someone who, like a child who might come wandering in here, to be harmed by it. Can you unfuck it, being the kobold that you are?
Can I do a perception check to take a look at the wreckage?
Yeah, go ahead.
To see if I can identify anything that might assuage his worries. Percept. Nope, that's initiative. I need perception. Perception. Well, that's a terrible roll.
You
Might be enough, though.
are looking around thinking, yeah, that was definitely probably connected to this door somehow, but now that this door don't exist, I don't know how.
All right, I realize I haven't looked. I'm gonna look now. Is that perception?
Yeah. Not initiative, just perception.
Oh, they're the same, but should I reroll?
Well, not, because initiative is tracked by the initiative counter.
Oh no, I meant it's the same roll. I rolled it by accident. Should I reroll?
It's got the same bonuses.
Yeah, it's got the exact same bonus.
So don't worry about it, but in the future,
Yeah, no, 100%.
because that gets tracked by the initiative tracker, whereas the perception would not. And
Oh,
Really?
I see. Yeah, sorry, it was just a misclick.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
just that if we were actually in initiative order for a reason right now, that would screw it up.
Yeah, I got you.
You see a wire that is kind of hanging out on the right side as you're looking at the door, where its hinges would have been.
Is it vertical or
What?
is it falling vertically or is it still horizontal?
No, it's coming out on the right side and just kind of hanging there. Maybe let me finish descriptions before you ask for parts of the descriptions.
Sure,
And it's just it kind of is hanging there, going in to the wall there, and it does seem a little bit out of place. You don't really know what to make of it, but with the fact that you were looking for what might have triggered these whatever was going to happen with these holes, you think that that is a fairly likely thing, even though you don't really know 100% sure how it would work. But you do remember that in the book, there was some stuff about how doors could be trapped so that opening them in specific ways would be safe, or in specific ways would be unsafe.
I'm gonna pull on the cord. Just yank it
Where you're standing?
without going in, like without being over the plates. Well,
Where you are standing is over the holes.
then I'm gonna go back here and reach around where the door frame is, and just tug on the thingy.
Okay, no, it's not that long. I said the right as you were looking at it. Over here.
Okay, that right. Yeah, I'll just tug on the thingy.
No, that's not what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. No. All right. Give me a reflex check.
Okay.
A reflex save, sorry.
Reflex.
Alrighty, you yank on the cord and jump out of the way, and because you were prepared, I'm giving you a bonus, but you are still kind of slow because of your big clunky armor. And as you are jumping, you do end up getting scratched and scraped by a couple of the spikes coming out farther than you expected, and you take 3 damage.
Okay. To temp HP, thank you. I'm like, there. Now it's safe. And I mark something with chalk.
And
Giant
Do they
spikes.
slide? Do the spikes slide back
yes,
in, or are they?
yeah, the spikes they shoot out and then they slide back down
Huh.
super quickly, but as if the force that threw them up was kind of a one-time thing.
Is the string still there?
Yeah, you didn't yank it out.
Interesting.
What happens if you yank it again?
That's what I'm curious to know. Learning the lessons I've already learned, I would like to yank it again.
Okay.
I'm trying to learn about
with how much force?
as much force as I can without being in the area.
You yank on the cord again after noticing that as the spikes were receding into the floor, the cord was also going back into the wall. As you yank it again, nothing happens.
I write this down in a little booklet, and I say out loud, I gotta tell Micah about this. And that's it.
Do you have a book?
I presume I have.
Books are expensive. Books are not something that would be part of your adventuring kit.
Then I write it in chalk
Hey,
on
Ben,
my.
I can see you in chat, but no, we cannot hear you or see you.
Oh, we lost Ben again? Jesus.
Oh, here. There we go. Oh, hi, Ben.
I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's just every so often it'll cut out. I'll go over to the stream and it'll be like, "You're not connected to internet. Connect to internet."
Weird. Is your connection a little weird, wonky tonight?
No, it doesn't seem to be. I mean, I am on Wi-Fi, but that's the only way I can get internet at my house.
No, I get you. Normally that's if someone's connection drops for a sec, but I don't know.
And the virtual tabletop doesn't fail, so I don't know what's going on.
That is weird.
Anyways, when did I cut out?
We're not entirely sure. What was the last thing you heard?
I didn't mean to do that. I was asking Fairheart. I wanted Kyle to tell Fairheart that she didn't care about anything that happened in this place anymore because it seems like nobody's been here for years, so none of her people are here, and she wanted to see if Fairheart found any clues on where they went in any of the rooms.
I'm like, well, the clues I found were that the rooms had not been used in a very long time, so I made them safe.
Okay. Well, the kitchen up ahead seems like it's in the same state. No one's been there in years.
Do you know why this trap recedes and then will not come back up?
The spring mechanism's probably broken. Maybe from you breaking the door.
That sounds like as good of an explanation as any.
I was never particularly good at building the traps. At least not traps like these.
So you've said.
Animal traps are okay, but these are not animal traps.
They are pesky, just like their creators.
All right. I'm gonna go into the. Is there anything of like maybe some dried spices in here I can take?
Yeah, you can probably ransack it and find some shelf-stable pantry items like spices and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
And
I'm gonna
you find some flavors of home that you haven't had in decades.
Yeah.
Drusilla grabs a couple of pretty high-quality chef knives and whatnot, since she is currently unarmed.
Oh, since we went past guest rooms, is there like spare robes or anything in the cupboards or whatnot that she could use?
Not anymore. They've all been thoroughly destroyed. Madman with a shield.
Well, hey, wait. He didn't actually enter the room with the spikes. There might be something in there.
That is true. Okay.
I left one room for you guys.
So you search in there and you see an armoire, the bed, a little nightstand with a couple of drawers, and in that armoire is a nice comfy robe.
A nice what?
Nice comfy robe, appropriately sized for even the larger members of the party.
Is there just one?
Yes.
Oh.
Offer it to poor Drusilla.
Drusilla says, "Well, thank you so much for thinking of me, but I made my clothes while we were taking a break out in the forest. Remember?"
She's also an elf, so plant clothes are good enough.
True. Alrighty.
All right. So are we all gathered in the kitchen now? Damn it!
I'm gonna go take a closer look at the pit trap.
At the what?
You said there was a very obvious pit trap up here.
Yes. Okay. So, give me a moment. There you go. Very obvious pit trap.
Oh, okay. Never mind. So, up where I've taken my my character, there's not anything to find up there.
You haven't gotten up there yet.
Oh, okay.
In the way between here and there is a very obvious pit trap.
Okay.
It goes from wall to wall, so you can't just like walk around it. It is 5 feet across. I mean,
Is
basically,
there anything obvious in the bottom, like a skeleton or anything?
nope,
Anything died in there?
nope. He's
Yeah.
just, and it's not insanely deep or anything like that. Maybe 20 feet down.
Alrighty. Never mind.
But not actually kill you or anything like that. There doesn't seem to be anything strange going on with it. I know that the tile that I used has bloodstains at the bottom. Ignore that. That's even if there were bloodstains down there, you wouldn't be able to see them because the bottom is actually coated in dust, accumulated over years.
Alrighty, in the kitchen. Do we perceive any like?
The path continues north, though, doesn't it? Once you get past the pitfall.
Yes. Yeah, the hallway continues on.
Hey, Bonk,
And there is a
help me.
small,
Help.
there's a small
Can we pick up one of the tables and lay it over the chasm?
That's what I was going to suggest.
Yeah, you can do that.
Like,
Absolutely, I'll
flip
help
the-
with that.
like flip the table upside down and just put it across the chasm. Use its feet as like handholds.
Is it long enough to breach?
Yeah, one of the tables will absolutely reach across that.
Alrighty.
As you're grabbing that, you do notice that there is another path that goes out the back side of the kitchen. This is not made for medium-sized creatures. So Brother Bonk and Fairheart would both be extremely congested in there. Lurith and Phila would be slightly squeezed, and Kyla would not actually be comfortable, but she would be able to move freely.
Yeah, I ain't going down there.
I basically tell Fairheart to get another one of the tables and plug that hole in the wall.
I'm like, okay, and I go get a table.
All right. We grab a table.
Ah.
This. All right. So we'll say that we set the table up like so. Right?
Cool.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
looks okay.
And the table is good and sturdy, nice and wide. Y'all don't really have any problems with walking across it. It is a little bit tricky, kind of finagling it to get it into position since you don't have anybody on the other side. But you managed to get it set down and ready to go travel across.
I asked
All right,
Lurith if she likes the work I've done.
Stops you from getting into other types of trouble.
Who's who's gonna take point?
I will.
I think
I went
the
last
kobolds
time.
take points.
So, Brother Bunk's gonna cross.
All right, give me a perception check, Brother Bunk.
Perception.
Alrighty, and then a reflex.
Reflex.
All right, Brother Bonk takes a step off of the table and falls 30 feet into a much better hidden pit trap.
I scramble towards the edge of the pit trap. Oh, wait. You have to roll for damage, sorry.
Yeah, what's my damage?
You take 7 damage at the bottom, and you are laying there laying flat on your back, looking up at the little edge of the table overhanging the edge of the pit, and you're just like, ow.
Ow. Get another table.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you understand why I left? Someone pass him a rope. I'm gonna dump one of these bookcases and drag it over here.
I'm scrambling towards the thing. I'm like, Brother Bonk, are you okay? Are you okay, brother? And
I'm alive.
as I'm saying that, I drop a rope down and try to get some light with the torch of everlasting, whatever the fuck.
I grab the rope and use it to get upright.
I like. Oh, wait, we have to get you up first, right?
So I'm upright, and now I use the rope to basically climb my way out. Do I need to roll like athletics?
Yeah, I'm not gonna make y'all do that. It's a straight wall up, and they're under pressure currently. So, yeah, no problem. You get the table up. You get the other table across.
So, is there like a wall between one pit trap and another?
Yes. There's
Okay.
not much of a separation between them. It's only like 2 feet, but just enough to make sure it's a solid wall. And they're also reinforced. So, like that they are 2 separate holes that just so happen to be right fucking next to each other.
Alrighty.
Okay.
That's right. I forgot to fill a bag with rocks.
I even reminded you.
Yep.
We could always just use Fairheart's grappling hook, reusable rock.
I'm happy to allow someone else to use it or to use it myself.
I'm going to take half a moment to meander back and grab rocks.
I mean,
And
you
then come back.
have to go back. Like, there's little bits of rubble all over the place because.
Okay.
So
Cool. I make my bag of rocks.
and you've got.
No, you could just go into the kitchen and grab some old pots and pans and
That too.
old cooking utensils and just chuck them as rocks and whatnot.
Yep, that too. I fill my little bag with just random heavy shit.
I go get some heavy shit as well, so that to even the load out.
All right.
And also some like scraps of cloth or whatever that I find just to.
So guys, it's almost 11 o'clock here. Do we want to leave off here before we get to the next map?
I was also about to say I think that's for the best because I got to be at work in in 9 hours.
Damn, boy.
Yeah, and we gotta prepare for a concert.
Yeah, I got to get my eyeliner on.
So
Right.
next week, are we having a session next week, or is Christmas going to mess things up?
No, we are playing next week.
Okay, I do
If
work.
that for everyone else. Like that is my plan.
Okay, I do work that day, so I might be a little bit late, but I should be off in time for. I should be off in time.
Yeah,
Is this the 22nd?
Sean won't be available. She's got work.
Yeah, I have work.
Okay.
So I've got to be out the house before you guys even start.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, would you be available if we were to start later then? Will you be back?
Unless we started like 12 hours later.
Oh, so okay.
Oh, yeah.
Wait. All right.
Mhm. I think. Okay.
Yeah,
no,
I'm
it's fine.
working like 4 days next week: Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So that'll be my last day, and then I'll have Saturday off. But that's like the day before Christmas Eve, so I'm guessing a lot of people will be like very family oriented at that time.
Yeah, I'll be working Saturday.
Yeah, I get Saturday, Sunday, Monday off,
Same.
I get.
and because of that, we work on Thursday the week before.
I have
that way-
Sunday. I have Saturday.
What about the 29th? Well, 29th our time, 28th yours.
I was planning to play then also. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that might.
28th should be fine for me.
Yeah, I think that might have to be our next session.
Yeah.
Well, I have been talking with somebody who we may have coming in and joining, so I will let y'all know. We may be able to make a session next week work. If not, we're definitely planning for 28th.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
But hey, thank y'all for a great session. That was fucking awesome. Probably of our sessions.
I'm loving the antagonism between Fairheart and Lurith.
Yeah.
I'm loving Bonk being a jappy monk that just like trips over his own feet.
Right? You guys have some amazing roles and some amazingly bad roles in the best of all possible circumstances and made some shit so fucking fun.
Derpy dumb monk. I love it. Alrighty.
We'll see you guys.
Say also
Thank
see
you
you
guys.
I'll see you in a fortnight.
We will speak again.
Shortly. Kevin, are you here? Motherfucker left. It's time to end the stream. He's just like, nope, I'm not gonna.
Nope, I'm out.
Well, to anyone